Chapter 4158. Wang Xuanji broke through to the Emperor realm when Emperor Yun and Emperor Tatian joined forces to attack the Wang family's ancestral ground. He was about to become an emperor. It was not easy to become an emperor in the heavenly divine realm. It would trigger a heavenly tribulation. Only those who passed the heavenly tribulation could become a true emperor god. Those who failed to pass the heavenly tribulation naturally could not become an emperor god. Because there was only one outcome for failing to pass the heavenly tribulation, death. Since ancient times, no one had ever survived a heavenly tribulation. Die. Before the heavenly tribulation descended, Emperor Tatian made his move. Without any suspense, Wang Xuanji was sent flying. Emperor Tatian's art of 9 evils was powerful and overbearing. Wang Xuanji reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His emperor-level pressure surged between heaven and earth, and endless worldly essence converged from all directions. In just an instant, Wang Xuanji's injuries were healed. At that moment, on a mountain outside the Wang family's ancestral ground, there were several figures. Humph! Emperor Tatian dared to come here and cause trouble. This time, I will make sure he cannot leave. A chubby young man in a Taoist robe sneered at the scene in the Wang family's ancestral ground. The chubby man carried a halberd on his shoulder. This guy was the self-proclaimed lord of the heavenly divine realm. And the black-robed young man standing beside the chubby man was Ji Yufei. Behind Ji Yufei stood Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Emperor God Mo Yuan. On his right arm, there was a fire Qilin brand. Nourished by Ji Yufei's essence, the fire Qilin brand on Ji Yufei's right arm became even more powerful. Rumble, at that moment, the sky above the Wang family's ancestral ground suddenly darkened. Tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. Bolts of lightning appeared in the sky and tore the void apart. Damn it! Emperor Tatian wanted to make another move, but he looked up at the sky and left immediately. The God Emperor heavenly tribulation was about to erupt. If he were to be within the range of the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be affected. At best, he would be injured. At worst, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Cloud Emperor didn't dare to stay here any longer. He could already feel a terrifying destructive force about to descend. The destructive force that erupted from the heaven and earth made even his heart palpitate. Why did those two guys come out? Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up. What, are you itching for a fight again? Ji Yufei smiled. Last time in Heaven Trampling City, the outcome of our battle against this heaven-trampling evil emperor was undecided. Since we've encountered each other, we will naturally have to fight again to determine the outcome. After saying that, the fatty hefted the great halberd and charged forward. Rumble, at this moment, a deafening rumble of thunder came from the sky in front of them. Pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire area, and countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The power of heaven and earth was too terrifying. Ordinary living beings naturally could not withstand it. Countless living beings fled into the distance in fear. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's army also set off. Countless divine soldiers and heavenly generals retreated to the distant sky like dark clouds. Their formation was not disrupted at all. It could be seen that the heaven-trampling evil emperor's divine army was definitely a rare elite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to directly kill their way to the Wang family's ancestral ground and surround the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. It's you. At this moment, the fatty stopped the heaven-trampling evil emperor right away. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was enraged as soon as he saw the fatty. You've returned from the Dark Knight continent. The Cloud Emperor was also shocked. It was no secret that Ji Yufei killed the Spirit Emperor, subdued Mo Yuan, and went to the Dark Knight continent with the fatty. The heaven-trampling evil emperor and the Cloud Emperor naturally knew very well. One should know that the Thousand Dragons City was the heaven-trampling evil emperor's territory. The last battle wasn't satisfying enough. This time, I'm going to cripple you. The fatty did not waste any time and directly swung the great halberd at the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Whoosh! A dazzling blade of light rushed out of the great halberd, directly cutting the void between heaven and earth, and instantly landed on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's head. How dare you! The heaven-trampling evil emperor directly raised his hand and blasted upwards. One could see that he was wearing a black glove. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor's palm slammed hard on the blade of light descending from the sky. In the next moment, the blade of light actually shattered. Huh! The fatty was shocked. At this moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked, and in a flash, he directly attacked. The hand that was wearing the black glove directly grabbed the fatty's head. There was a dark light flowing on the glove, and a powerful wave of power spread from his hand. Damn fatty, I'm going to kill you today. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared angrily. 5 extremely sharp dark light suddenly rushed out of his 5 fingers, piercing the void. The fatty was shocked again and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he directly swept the great halberd, directly blocking the 5 rays of light. However, the fatty only felt as if he had been hit by 5 divine mountains, and his entire body involuntarily flew thousands of miles away. His hands that were holding the great halberd were actually trembling slightly. How did this guy become so powerful? The fatty was inexplicably shocked. How long had it been, and the heaven-trampling evil emperor was already powerful enough to push him back? Last time, in the heaven-trampling city, he and the heaven-trampling evil emperor were only mutually injured. The heaven-trampling evil emperor hid his strength last time. Jiu Fei on the top of the mountain saw this scene and could not help but frown. "Master, let me go kill this guy," the Dark Knight Emperor said. This kind of guy was just an ant in his eyes, and he could kill him countless times with one hand. "No, it'll be a lot less fun this way." Jiu Fei shook his head and said. Boom! At this moment, 9 evil shadows rushed out of the heaven-trampling evil emperor's body. He used the 9 evil heaven art, and the 9 evil shadows instantly rushed in front of the fatty like ghosts, directly colliding with the fatty. 10 direction annihilation. The fatty was furious. He only saw him roar, and a dazzling divine light burst out of his body. That divine light actually enveloped the 9 evil shadows of the heaven-trampling evil emperor in an instant. The 9 evil shadows were instantly obliterated by the divine light and disappeared in an instant. Not only the 9 evil shadows, but even the void around the fatty was being annihilated. As long as the area was enveloped by that ball of divine light, everything would be instantly obliterated. "Fatty, this guy is also holding something back." Jiu Fei smiled. These guys were all extremely shrewd, and they all had their own trump cards. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked. This guy actually destroyed his 9 evil shadows in an instant. Could it be that this guy was like him in the last battle and did not use his full strength? Chapter 4159. Wang Xuanji finally took that step and triggered the God Emperor Heavenly Tribulation. Terrifying tribulation clouds covered 100,000 miles and countless living beings were terrified. All the cultivators in the heavenly God realm and the southern divine region could feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from heaven and earth. Someone became a God Emperor. There were 5 strongest God Emperors in the southern divine region. Apart from the southern heaven God Emperor and Tatian God Emperor, there was also Emperor Yun and 2 other God Emperors. As for the other 2 God Emperors, they were mysterious and unfathomable. Their whereabouts were uncertain. At this moment, on the peak of a divine mountain in the southern divine region, a green-robed middle-aged man with a sword on his back suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral ground. "Is that Wang Xuanji?" The green-robed middle-aged man was like a heavenly sword. The powerful sword intent radiating from his body made even the world lose its color. He was a sword god emperor. There weren't many people who could become a god emperor with the way of the sword in the heavenly god realm. There was more than one sword emperor in the entire southern divine region. Wang Xuanji is finally going to become a god emperor. We can't miss it. A white-robed woman beside the green-robed sword emperor suddenly smiled. She wasn't a fairy-like beauty, but she wasn't ugly either. She looked at the green-robed sword emperor with adoration. "All right, let's go take a look." The green-robed sword emperor hugged the white-robed woman and soared into the sky. What a powerful god emperor, heavenly tribulation. Which peerless person is becoming a god emperor? Some of the god emperors were shocked and also headed to the Wang family's ancestral ground. The God Emperor heavenly tribulation shocked the entire world. Not only the southern divine region, but people from other divine regions were also alarmed. They immediately rushed to the Wang family's ancestral ground to see who was undergoing the tribulation. Soon, many powerful figures appeared outside the Wang family's ancestral ground. Some didn't even hide their tracks and their powerful auras filled the air. However, some were very mysterious and only watched from the side. Some only showed a blurry shadow, while others couldn't even be seen. They were completely hidden in the void. For a God Emperor, it was difficult for others to find them if they wanted to hide. Countless God Emperors arrived at the Wang family's ancestral ground in a short time. It's quite lively here. On the top of the mountain, Jiyu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He calmly glanced at the distant sky and said, "They are just some ants." The Dark Knight Emperor said, "Don't underestimate the creatures of this world." The True Dragon Emperor said solemnly. The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and did not speak. He had once attacked the Heavenly God Realm and wanted to conquer the entire Heavenly God Realm. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. In the Heavenly God Realm, there were powerful existences that were not weaker than him. Kill. At this moment, the fatty let out a furious roar and directly charged towards the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The halberd in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy ripple. Rumble, Fatty brandished his halberd, causing the entire void to tremble. The great halberd in the fatty's hand transformed into an undying divine light that pierced straight towards the Tatian evil emperor. The powerful force directly destroyed the void. However, the Sky Trampler evil emperor only extended his right hand and directly blocked the ray of light that pierced through him. The black glove on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's right hand emitted a layer of black light. The fatty's halberd could not penetrate the layer of black light. However, the powerful impact sent the heaven-trampling evil emperor flying 1,000 miles away. Roar. The fatty roared and his aura surged again. At this moment, this fella's divine might was unparalleled. He was like a different person from his usual playful self. Could this be the fatty's true self? Jiyu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, Emperor Yun did not make a move. He was only watching the battle from the side. In fact, he was guarding against Jiyu Fei and the others. In the eyes of Emperor Yun, Jiyu Fei was less than an ant. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan, the True Dragon Emperor, and the Dark Knight Emperor beside Jiyu Fei made Emperor Yun feel threatened. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying again. The fatty was extremely overbearing. Even the heaven-trampling evil emperor was suppressed by him. Seeing this scene, all the emperor gods were shocked. The fatty was not an emperor god, but he could completely oppress an emperor god. The combat power that the fatty displayed was beyond everyone's understanding. Damn it! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked and angry. Even with the glove that he brought today, he still could not defeat the fatty. This made him extremely depressed. In the next moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor performed his ultimate move. 9 evil shadows rushed out from his body and pounced at the fatty. Get lost. The fat man brandished his halberd and sent the 9 evil shadows flying away. One hand to suppress heaven and earth. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared and slapped at the fatty with his right hand that was wearing the glove. Boundless power of the 9 evils condensed on his palm, the evil emperor's palm was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on fatty. Break. The fatty became stronger as he fought. The halberd in his hand smashed upwards. Boom. With a loud bang, the halberd in the fatty's hand collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The two figures separated in an instant. The fatty fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain. With a loud bang, the entire mountain range below instantly turned into dust and dissipated into the void. It was wiped off the ground in an instant. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying into the sky. His right sleeve was torn to pieces. Who is that fatty? He can actually compete with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Someone said. This guy looks familiar. Some old antique experts were discussing in low voices. Could it be him? An old antique seemed to have thought of something and could not help but turn pale. Who is it? The other old antiques hurriedly asked. The ancient relic, the old antique said with a trembling voice. What? The other old antiques were shocked to the extreme. No, no way. An old antique said in disbelief. It's too similar. It's exactly the same. An old antique with white hair and a beard said. From the ancient times until now, the old antiques were all incomparably shocked. Does this fatty have some kind of shocking background? He heard the conversation between the other emperors and was a little curious about the fatty's secret. At this time, Jiyu Fei suddenly turned his head and looked to the far left. In the distant sky, next to a monarch stood a woman. Xian Shi. Jiyu Fei frowned. The joke that day was too big, so much so that it made things very awkward between him and Xian Shi. Xian Shi also noticed Jiyu Fei, her eyes a little complicated. Is that the Jiyu Fei that you think about day and night? A dignified voice sounded. It was the monarch next to Xian Shi. There was no need to ask, this monarch should be the Southern Heaven God Emperor, Xian Kuan. The Southern Heaven God Emperor was one of the top peerless experts in the Southern Divine region. Who would have thought that he would also come? There was a group of people standing behind the Southern Heaven God Emperor, and none of them were weak. They were either divine emperors or half-step god emperors. This kind of power was enough to sweep through the entire Southern Divine region. Xian Shi did not speak. He's just a piece of trash. The Southern Heaven God Emperor said coldly. In his eyes, Jiyu Fei's cultivation level was simply negligible. He's not a piece of trash, Xian Shi said. This guy's ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger was absolutely unprecedented. She had been deceived by this hateful guy. If he's not trash, then what is he? The Southern Heaven God Emperor said disdainfully. Xian Shi did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh. At this moment, a divine arrow directly shot from the distant sky toward Wang Xuanji, who was in the midst of transcending tribulation. Its speed was extremely fast. However, a bolt of tribulation lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the divine arrow. In the next moment, the divine arrow directly collapsed under the bombardment of tribulation lightning. At this time, even a monarch could not easily hurt Wang Xuanji. Countless tribulation lightning fell from the sky and directly struck Wang Xuanji's body. The tribulation lightning instantly enveloped Wang Xuanji. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The area covered by the tribulation lightning continued to expand. The terrifying aura of destruction spread between heaven and earth. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was a little shocked. No one could help Wang Xuanji transcend the tribulation. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. If he succeeded, he would become an invincible God Emperor. At this time, the sky above the sky changed color, as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Kill. Emperor Yun made his move. With a roar, he charged towards the fat man. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of divine light pierced through the void and shot towards the fat man in an instant. So what if the two of you come at me together? The fatty seemed to have gone mad. The halberd in his hand danced, directly shattering the divine lights that pierced through him. He then raised the halberd in his hand and fiercely attacked Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun. The 3 great experts began to fight. Seeing this, everyone was extremely nervous. They watched as the 3 great cultivators fought and moved. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed and turned into ashes. Some emperors quickly retreated and did not dare to observe the battle. One should know that it was not a joke to be affected by a battle of this level. Jiyu Fei couldn't help furrowing his brows when he saw that the 3 experts were actually heading towards the mountain where Jiyu Fei was. The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and stood out. He pushed his right hand forward and the 3 experts who were charging towards him immediately became motionless as if they had collided with an immortal mountain. The fatty and the others were immediately pushed back. Dark Knight, they're yours. The fatty said to the Dark Knight Emperor, then turned around and left. You should have done this long ago. The Dark Knight Emperor smiled. In the end, he still made his move. Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun were immediately taught a lesson. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still extremely embarrassing. It was Jiu Fei who asked the Dark Knight Emperor not to kill the two of them. Otherwise, Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun would have long died. Ultimate God. Chapter 4160. The Dark Knight Emperor made his move. With just a single palm, he blocked the three experts who were charging towards him. Fatty threw heaven-trampling Evil Emperor and Cloud Emperor to the Dark Knight Emperor. Who are you? Trampling Evil Emperor stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and was shocked. Is this guy an ultimate god from the central divine realm? Otherwise, how could he block them so easily? I think we've met a few times. You don't know me? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. He's the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Yun, who was beside trampling Evil Emperor, suddenly exclaimed. What? Tatian Evil Emperor was shocked to hear that. The Dark Knight Emperor was the number one person in the Dark Knight continent who unified the Dark Knight continent. He was an existence that could compete with the ultimate gods in the central divine realm. The surrounding god emperors were also shocked to hear Emperor Yun's words. The Dark Knight continent is invading again? All the god emperors were shocked. It was no secret in the cultivation world of the heavenly god realm that the forces of the Dark Knight continent wanted to conquer the heavenly divine realm. The Dark Knight Emperor had invaded the heavenly divine realm several times. Almost all the cultivators knew there was an invincible existence in the Dark Knight continent. Obediently come over and kneel before me. The Dark Knight Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked at trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun. Trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun looked at each other. The opponent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Even if they joined forces, they would not be his match. Only those supreme existences from the central divine realm would be able to contend against this great emperor. At that moment, all the god emperors were shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor was domineering. He wanted trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun to kneel and surrender. Trampling Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun were among the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. They were only half a step away from becoming great emperors. They were called half-step great emperors in the heavenly divine realm. The evil monarch Tatian and the cloud monarch's faces turned extremely ugly. If they knelt down, their reputation would be gone, and they would never be able to raise their heads again. Hihi, if you want us to rise and fall, then you'll have to show us your true capabilities. Heaven-trampling evil monarch's expression changed several times. In the end, he clenched his teeth and stared at the Dark Knight monarch as he said in a deep voice. That's right. You want us to submit to you with just a few words. You underestimate us too much. Emperor Yun nodded and said. With their status, how could they be scared by the Dark Knight Emperor? Even if they had to surrender under the supreme martial power of the Dark Knight Emperor so that they wouldn't lose face. To be able to become god emperors, these two fellas were extremely shrewd and cunning. Ha ha, the Dark Knight Emperor burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Heaven-trampling evil monarch said coldly. Once I make a move, there will definitely be blood. Do you really want me to make a move? The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly stopped laughing and looked at heaven-trampling Evil Emperor and Cloud Emperor with a faint smile. Temph, trying to scare me? Bring it on. The heaven-trampling Evil Monarch sneered. Since you guys want to die, there's no reason why I won't fulfill your wish. The Dark Knight Emperor said and took a step forward. His left hand was still behind his back, but his right hand waved his sleeve and swept towards heaven-trampling Evil Monarch and Cloud Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor's sleeve seemed to have turned into a cloud that covered the sky, and it shrouded heaven-trampling Evil Monarch and Cloud Emperor in an instant. The heaven-trampling Evil Monarch and Cloud Emperor only felt that their vision turned dark, as if they had suddenly entered another world. They were shocked. Heaven and Earth sleeve? Heaven-trampling Evil Monarch was shocked and surprised because the divine power that the Dark Knight Emperor performed was the most ordinary divine power, Heaven and Earth sleeve. Even an ordinary divine king could master this divine power, let alone a god emperor. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor performed the same Heaven and Earth sleeve, it was extremely powerful, and it managed to capture the two god emperors. The god emperors who were watching the battle almost dropped their eyeballs when they saw that. Those were the two most powerful god emperors in the southern divine region, and they were captured by the Dark Knight Emperor's Heaven and Earth sleeve. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. The Dark Knight is really good at pretending. Fatty shook his head and said. Jiu Fei did not see how the Dark Knight Emperor made his move. He suddenly raised his head and saw a purple aura surging in the sky far away. The purple aura spread out very quickly, and it was heading towards them in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that made the souls of the God Emperors tremble arrived. All the God Emperors turned pale with fright, and they felt uncomfortable as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. That is, everyone looked towards the purple aura, and they saw that there were purple lightning bolts appearing in the purple aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor suddenly roared angrily. His right sleeve suddenly exploded, and 2 rays of divine light rushed out. Kill! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the 2 rays of divine light that were escaping. A heaven-devouring power surged out from his palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed abruptly, and it was being devoured directly. The 2 rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun had transformed into froze in the void immediately, and they shook violently. Roar! Emperor Tatian's divine sense fluctuated violently. He tried his best to break free from the devouring power that was surging out from the Dark Knight Emperor's palm. However, the devouring power was too strong, and he could not break free at all. Emperor Yun was the same. Although he was a half-step great emperor, he was not a real great emperor. In front of a real great emperor, they were as weak as ants. Still trying to escape. The Dark Knight Emperor exerted force in his right hand, and the 2 rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun had transformed into flew towards his palm. They were about to be caught by him. At this moment, a purple lightning descended from the sky, and blasted towards the Dark Knight Emperor. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the purple lightning, as if it could destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed, and he retracted his right hand. Then, he used his hand as a saber and slashed at the purple lightning. Although it was just a hand saber, the power of the Dark Knight Emperor's saber was much stronger than an attack from a real divine saber. The purple lightning struck the Dark Knight Emperor's hand saber, and it exploded. The Dark Knight Emperor's hand was not damaged at all, and he blocked the terrifying destructive purple lightning. The sky-trampling evil emperor and the cloud emperor took the opportunity to escape. They were terrified, and they did not dare to stay there at all. They ran away in embarrassment. Zilei, since when did you learn to hide? The Dark Knight Emperor did not care about Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun who were running away. He did not need to care about such ants at all. At this moment, boundless purple chi filled the sky, and within the purple chi, there were rays of lightning that kept appearing. It was a purple world. A figure appeared in the purple world in front of the Dark Knight Emperor's voice. It was a tall, majestic-looking old man in a purple robe. On the old man's body, purple divine patterns were intertwined. The legendary Purple Thunder Divine Lord? Everyone was inexplicably shocked, and even Jiu Fei was a little moved. Dark Knight, don't be so arrogant. I'll take you on, the purple-clothed old man said as he took a step forward. Boundless purple chi immediately gathered from all directions, and rays of lightning directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeve, and the purple lightning that filled the sky was directly absorbed into his big sleeve. Purple thunder rage. The purple-clothed old man roared, and 9 balls of purple lightning were directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. That was the power of the purple thunder, which was extremely overbearing. Even an ultimate god would not dare to take it head-on. However, the Dark Knight Emperor did not dodge, and let the 9 balls of lightning hit him. The 9 balls of lightning exploded, but the Dark Knight Emperor was not hurt at all. How is this possible? The Purple Thunder Divine Lord was shocked and angry when he saw that. The combat strength that the Dark Knight Emperor showed was really amazing. Eat my palm! The Dark Knight Emperor directly slapped his right hand upward, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the void and blasted at the Purple Thunder Divine Lord in the sky. Rumble, wherever the big palm passed, the void was annihilated as if it could disperse the endless purple chi. Boom! A loud noise was heard as 2 extremely tyrannical forces collided together. A violent energy storm swept across the sky and the ground. Many giant mountains on the ground were directly turned into dust and completely wiped out from the ground. Jiu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, and a light flashed in his eyes when he saw that scene. The Purple Thunder Divine Lord must be an invincible existence in the Central Celestial Territory. Everyone was shocked that he actually left the Central Celestial Territory and appeared in the Southern Celestial Territory. One should know that the ultimate gods in the Central Celestial Territory were not existences that could casually leave. The two ultimate god experts were engaged in a fierce battle. Extremely violent energy fluctuations kept surging out, causing the entire heaven and earth void to tremble. All the god emperors retreated far away. From time to time, divine light rushed out from the two experts and destroyed everything. An emperor god was swept by the divine light and turned into dust. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. He died and his Tao disappeared. So strong, the god emperors who saw that scene were all shocked. The great emperors and ultimate gods were too strong and could simply crush all god emperors. Even the strongest god emperor was absolutely not a match for those two existences. Rumble, just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the Purple Thunder Divine Lord were fighting, Wang Xuanji's heavenly tribulation had reached a critical juncture. The destructive aura of the tribulation clouds in the sky became stronger and the power to destroy heaven and earth was rapidly condensing. That was the power of heaven and earth, and all living beings were extremely terrified. Even the god emperors retreated far away and did not dare to approach. Chapter 4161. The battle between great emperors was earth-shattering. Purple Thunder Divine Lord and Purple Aura from the south fought against the Dark Knight Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts and everyone was watching. However, not everyone was qualified to watch this battle. The strongest experts in the heavenly divine realm were the ultimate gods, while the most powerful existence in the Dark Knight continent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Ultimate gods and great emperors were just different names for different realms. The Dark Knight Emperor was a dragon that had crossed the river, while the Purple Thunder Divinity was a local snake. When a dragon that had crossed the river met a local snake, the outcome of this battle was hard to predict. If the Dark Knight Emperor won, the entire heavenly god realm would once again be plunged into dark turbulence. If the Purple Thunder Divine Lord won, the Dark Knight Emperor would not need to return to the Dark Knight continent as he had a stronger existence behind him. No matter the outcome of this battle, the Dark Knight Emperor did not care. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone stronger to support it. Boom! Bam! The two supreme experts directly shattered the void, destroyed the world, and went straight into the depths of the starry sky. Plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun, these were the means of a great emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor stretched out his right hand, and the dozen stars in the distance immediately flew towards him. The dozen stars rapidly shrunk, and then he grabbed them in his hand. Go! The Dark Knight Emperor directly waved his hand and the dozen stars that he had refined into beads directly bombarded the Purple Thunder Divine Lord. Even though it had been refined into a bead by the Dark Knight Emperor, it was still a star after all. The moment it made a move, it caused the surrounding void to collapse. Even though there were only a dozen or so beads, wherever they passed, the void would tremble and pitch-black spatial cracks would appear. Kill! The Purple Thunder Divine Lord roared and a dazzling purple electric light appeared on his right fist. The next moment, his fist directly smashed towards the dozen beads that were bombarding him. Boom! The next moment, the dozen beads instantly exploded and a terrifying power of stars erupted. The starry sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles directly collapsed and annihilated. The vast and terrifying power of destruction directly enveloped the Purple Thunder Divine Lord. Is that all you've got? Divine Purple Thunder's voice rang out from the destructive storm formed by the exploding stars. The Emperor of the Dark Knight stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked at the figure walking out of the destructive storm step by step with an indifferent expression. The Violet Thunder Divinity was domineering to the extreme. He was the old ancestor of the Violet Thunder sect in the Central Divine region. Even the current sect leader of the Violet Thunder sect had to address him as Old Ancestor. The waters of the central celestial territory were very deep. No one knew how many legendary ultimate gods were hiding in the central celestial territory. However, there was definitely more than one ultimate god in the central celestial territory. Humph. Even Heng Tian doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. Heng Tian? Divine Purple Thunder's eyes lit up when he heard this. Rumor has it that a great emperor has appeared in the Dark Knight continent. I would like to see if the great emperor of the Dark Knight continent is more powerful or if the hierarch of the heavenly god realm is more powerful. Divine Purple Thunder's battle intent was like a rainbow. 2 balls of lightning flashed in his eyes. The glaring electric light was brighter than the stars. I only know of Heng Tian in the heavenly god realm. I didn't expect there to be another arrogant guy besides Heng Tian, the Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly. Cut the crap. Kill. Divine Purple Thunder roared and directly punched the Dark Knight Emperor. As he punched, endless purple lightning appeared in the void. Every purple lightning was bigger than a mountain and directly tore the starry sky apart. Ultimate gods were existences that could break the void and directly enter the upper realm. In the heavenly god realm, ultimate gods were invincible existences. The reason why they didn't leave was because they wanted to protect the heavenly god realm. Divine Purple Thunder was one of the guardian gods of the heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was also such an existence. However, the Dark Knight Emperor was not the guardian god of the heavenly god realm. He once wanted to conquer the entire heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeves and once again displayed the sleeve universe divine ability. Although this divine ability was very ordinary, in his hands, it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom. The endless lightning was directly absorbed by the Dark Knight Emperor's big sleeves. Buzz. At this moment, a purple lightning divine spear appeared in Divine Purple Thunder's hand. The divine spear cut through the void and instantly pierced between the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows suddenly split open and a divine light directly rushed out. Boom. Endless divine power exploded like a divine sun and directly exploded. The tyrannical power directly shook Divine Purple Thunder and his divine spear thousands of miles away. What? Divine Purple Thunder was shocked and angry at the same time. His hand that was holding the divine spear trembled slightly. His entire arm was numb from the shock and he almost couldn't hold the divine spear in his hand. Swoosh. The next moment, Divine Purple Thunder only felt a divine light in front of him and pain in his eyes. After that, his chest was hit hard. His whole body shook and a sound of bones breaking was heard. What? Before Divine Purple Thunder could finish his thought, he exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this time, everyone felt a terrifying fluctuation appear and disappear in an instant. It was as if this fluctuation had never appeared in the first place. Some experts who went into the starry sky to watch the battle saw this scene and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What did I just see? Purple Thunder Divine Lord's divine body was destroyed. Some emperor gods who were watching the battle from the starry sky were in disbelief. One must know that Divine Purple Thunder was an ultimate god, yet his divine body exploded. How was that possible? At that moment, a ray of light was fading from the Dark Knight Emperor's cracked eyebrows. The next moment, the crack on the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows also disappeared. You're overestimating yourself. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeves and directly kept the blood mist into his big sleeves. An ultimate god died just like that. Someone exclaimed. What is Dark Knight doing? The true Dragon Emperor who was standing behind Jiu Fei was a little impatient. His meta-rare opponent, Emperor God Mo Yuan said. He's here. Jiu Fei raised his head and looked towards the starry sky. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the mountain top. Greetings, Master. This person immediately bowed to Jiu Fei. This person was the Dark Knight Emperor. Divine Purple Thunder died just like that. The surrounding emperor gods were really shocked. That was an ultimate god, an invincible ultimate god, but he was actually killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. The news spread quickly and everyone was shocked. The news spread at the fastest speed to the central celestial region, and then the entire central celestial region was in an uproar. Divine purple thunder died in the southern celestial region? How is that possible? I heard it was the Dark Knight Emperor. All the experts in the central celestial region were inexplicably shocked. The Purple Thunder sect was even more gloomy. There was news that Divine Purple Thunder's life plate in the Purple Thunder sect had shattered. There was only one possibility for a life plate to shatter, and that was that Divine Purple Thunder had really died. The Purple Thunder sect was one of the strongest forces in the central celestial region. But now, with the death of Divine Purple Thunder, the Purple Thunder sect was immediately in a precarious situation. Many forces directly targeted the Purple Thunder sect. The central celestial region was in an uproar. The death of Divine Purple Thunder had completely broken the balance of the central celestial region. Of course, Jiyu Fei couldn't possibly know all this. At this moment, Wang Xuanji's God Emperor Heavenly Tribulation was still going on. A monstrous and terrifying aura spread out. Even the God Emperors didn't dare to get close. Swoosh! Another arrow light shot from afar and directly shot towards Wang Xuanji, who was under the tribulation clouds at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Jiyu Fei frowned. With his current cultivation, he was actually unable to sense exactly where the fellow that attacked from the shadows was hiding, and this caused him to feel extremely depressed. Although he had the eternal true bone, Jiyu Fei's cultivation didn't increase by much. However, it was enough for him to sweep across the entire heavenly divine realm. The arrow light directly broke through the layers of purple lightning and shot directly in front of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji raised his right hand and directly blocked the arrow light. The arrow light hit Wang Xuanji's hand and exploded. The destructive force directly blasted half of Wang Xuanji's body into a bloody mess. However, Wang Xuanji took a deep breath. The wound on his left shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trying to obstruct me from becoming an emperor? Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. He didn't offend anyone. Why did someone actually obstruct him during his tribulation? Rumble, the heavenly tribulation was operating, and the terrifying destructive force directly landed on Wang Xuanji's body. Roar! Wang Xuanji roared to the sky and desperately fought against the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even if he wanted to pull out the person in the dark, he couldn't split himself. Beside Jiyu Fei, the true Dragon Emperor wanted to make a move but was stopped by Jiyu Fei. Where's the Dark Knight? Come out and fight. At that moment, a loud and clear voice resounded, echoing throughout heaven and earth. Heaven traversing? The Dark Knight Emperor's face suddenly became solemn when he heard the voice. The next moment, a figure appeared opposite the mountain where Jiyu Fei was. Jiyu Fei took a look and saw that the person was dressed in black. He was tall, and his entire body was surrounded by divine light. An extremely powerful wave of divine power erupted from his body. Heaven traversing divine master? Some emperor gods exclaimed when they saw that person. Heaven traversing divine master was the ultimate god of the central celestial territory. This ultimate god was much more powerful than the purple thunder divine master. Heaven traversing divine master stood in the void, and his surroundings immediately became a world with him as the center. He was the supreme ruler of that world. Dark Knight, it's really you. Heaven traversing divine master crossed the domain, but he didn't expect to meet Jiyu Fei right away. Heaven traversing divine master, do you want to fight? Chapter 4162. Sky traversing divine lord, the ruler of the central divine territory, was extremely powerful. Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor directly entered the divine realm from the Dark Knight continent and swept across the 4 divine territories. No one could stop him. In the entire divine realm, only the central divine realm had yet to be conquered by the Dark Knight Emperor. When the Dark Knight Emperor finally entered the central divine realm, he still swept across everything in the beginning. All his opponents could not even take one blow from him and were directly smashed into pieces. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor swept across half of the central divine realm, a figure stopped him. A man and a spear stood on top of a mountain and stopped the millions of divine soldiers from the Dark Knight continent. That scene had subdued countless cultivators from the central divine region. From that day onwards, The entire heavenly god realm came to know of a person's name, Heng Tian. It should be more accurate to say that he was the divine Lord Heng Tian. Sky-traversing divine Lord fought against the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle in the central divine realm was still talked about enthusiastically even after countless years had passed. Dark Knight, how dare you come to the divine realm? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back? The Flying Sky Divine Master looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight indifferently. His expression was like an unchanging block of ice. It was extremely cold, as if nothing in the world could move him. Interesting. This guy is the strongest ultimate god in the central divine realm, sky-traversing. Jiu Fei was looking for the divine realm's origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth should be in the central divine realm, which was the center of this world. Therefore, he previously learned about the central divine realm from the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was a fierce person who directly entered the central divine realm. If it was not for sky-traversing divine lord, he might have conquered the entire divine realm. Sky-traversing divine lord could compete with the Dark Knight Emperor and even forced him to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. His cultivation and combat power were definitely the strongest in the divine realm. The previous Purple Thunder Divine Lord could not be compared to Sky-traversing Divine Lord at all. You can't stop me. The Emperor of Dark Knight took a step forward and a gust of great emperors might immediately burst out from his body. The divine might soared into the sky and the entire heaven and earth suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their luster as though the sky was about to be overturned. Is that so? Let's give it a try. Traversing Divine Holiness extended his right hand and grabbed at the void. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead and the body of the spear were one, and there were streaks of dark light lingering around the spearhead and the body of the spear. Ancient divine patterns could be faintly seen within the body of the spear. A terrifying murderous aura spread out from the divine spear in divine revered god's hands, and all the surrounding emperor gods who were watching the battle felt their souls tremble. That is, Jiu Fei discovered that the spearhead of the sky-traversing divine being's spear was stained with blood that had yet to dry. The dark blood was like fresh blood. However, it was definitely not a new blood, as the blood on the spearhead had a weak great emperor's aura. The great spear was extraordinary, as it had killed a great emperor or an ultimate god. Even the Dark Knight Emperor had some misgivings about the great spear in the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. This spear is called Void Shattering. Sky-traversing Divine Venerable looked at the spear in his hand and said calmly, "Void Shattering Spear?" The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were all astonished. Having cultivated to such a realm, having lived for countless years, they were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the heavenly god realm. Void-shattering divine spear was one of the strongest divine weapons in heaven god world. Legend had it that the spear had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the void-shattering divine spear had disappeared for countless years. No one would have thought that the void-shattering divine spear had fallen into the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked when he heard that. He had once wanted to conquer Heaven God World. Naturally, he knew the history of Heaven God World. One should know that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Emperor's Blood, Emperor True Dragon stared at the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands, and his expression grew solemn. He was the guardian of the ancient stone door, and he had existed since the Antiquity era. He could tell how powerful and terrifying the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands was at first glance. What Emperor's Blood? Emperor God Mo Yuan asked suspiciously. His cultivation base was not high enough, and he naturally could not sense the existence of Emperor's Blood. Emperor True Dragon and the others ignored Emperor God Mo Yuan. From their point of view, Emperor gods were merely ants and they could kill them with one finger. Emperor God Mo Yuan did not dare to say anything when he saw that Emperor True Dragon was ignoring him. The other party was a great emperor, the strongest person in Dark Knight continent, and he was merely an emperor god. Regardless of where it was, the strong would be respected. It was an iron law and an unchanging rule. Especially in Dark Knight continent, it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The fate of the weak could only be controlled by the strong. They had no freedom and they could not even control their own life and death. Emperor Dark Knight did not speak. He pulled his hands in front of him and a divine weapon appeared immediately and floated in the void in front of him. It was a divine axe and the divine axe was a complete whole. It was forged from a single piece of divine metal and there were countless ancient divine marks imprinted on the divine axe. This divine axe was like an ancient giant beast that was in a deep slumber. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Once the divine axe was awakened, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Emperor Dark Knight held the divine axe and his aura instantly soared to the limit. An unparalleled emperor aura spread out and caused the entire place to become unstable. Everyone was extremely shocked. The god emperors who were watching the battle immediately retreated far away. South Heaven Emperor Xian Kuan and Xian Shi retreated too. God emperors were no longer able to interfere in a battle of this level. When two great emperor-level existences were fighting, even the slightest ripple of energy could destroy a god emperor's body and soul. No god emperor dared to watch the battle from afar. If they were to be affected by the battle, they would most likely die. Should we leave too? Emperor God Mo Yuan said. The powerful aura that burst out from the two experts was terrifying. Even a god emperor like him could not withstand it. If it wasn't for Emperor True Dragon, he would have fled long ago. Although Jiyu Fei did not seem to have the cultivation base of a god emperor, he was still calm when facing the two experts. No one could see through Jiyu Fei's cultivation. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and even the heaven-traversing hierarch could not see through Jiyu Fei's cultivation. Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Jiyu Fei, who was standing with his hands behind his back and looking at the two great emperor-level invincible experts in front of him. He had mixed feelings. This axe is called sky-breaking. Emperor Dark Knight caressed the axe and said, "Sky-breaking axe." Emperor God Mo Yuan was shocked when he heard it. Emperor True Dragon's eyes shot out two rays of divine light that were over 10 jong long. It's the sky-breaking axe. Chapter 4163. The Dark Knight Emperor had dominated the Dark Knight continent for tens of thousands of years. There were very few people who had seen him use his weapon because most of them were dead. In the Dark Knight continent, only a few people knew that the Dark Knight Emperor had a divine weapon. However, it was a secret as to what kind of divine weapon it was. It was only today that Emperor God Mo Yuan found out that the Dark Knight Emperor's weapon was the heaven-shattering axe. It was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. The heaven-shattering axe is in his hands. The Emperor True Dragon squinted his eyes as he stared at the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand. Then, he took a glance at Jiyu Fei who was standing in front of him. He and the Dark Knight Emperor were both Jiyu Fei's servants. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get the heaven-shattering axe. The Emperor True Dragon's cultivation and fighting power were on par with the Dark Knight Emperor's. The heaven-shattering axe was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. It had been famous in the Dark Knight continent since the Antiquity era. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted by the heaven-shattering axe. Everyone in the Dark Knight continent was tempted by it. Of course, with Jiyu Fei around, the Emperor True Dragon wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Let's fight." The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the sky-traversing Divine Master and said calmly, "Let's fight then." The sky-traversing Divine Master exhaled. The next moment, he raised the divine spear in his hand and it turned into a ray of dark light that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. The spearhead that was stained with the Emperor's blood emitted a ball of dark light and a terrifying murderous aura spread from the spear. The Dark Knight Emperor didn't dare to delay. The divine axe in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed at the divine spear. Clang! As the sound of metal piercing through stone rang out, the two extremely powerful divine artifacts collided in an instant. All the god emperors felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. They all felt as if their heads were about to split open, and the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. They couldn't hear anything for the time being. A trace of blood seeped out of the ears of the slightly weaker god emperors. Some emperor gods were even shaken down from the sky by the terrifying sound waves and fell to the ground. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were in an extremely pathetic state. Only Jiyu Fei and the true Dragon Emperor remained calm, as if they were not affected at all. That terrifying sound wave swept over, but Jiyu Fei was like a spring breeze, still standing on the mountain top with his hands clasped behind his back, with a calm expression on his face. As the sound wave spread out, countless mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were directly turned into dust. Even a portion of Wang Xuanji's celestial emperor heavenly tribulation was dispersed. Seeing the might of this attack, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Xuanji, who was undergoing tribulation, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retreated further away. If he was affected, he would also die. One must know that he was not even a god emperor. However, when Wang Xuanji moved, the tribulation clouds in the sky actually moved as well. Rumble, boundless tribulation clouds covered the sky and chased after Wang Xuanji. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Wherever the tribulation clouds passed, there was chaos. Those celestial emperors all retreated at once. The Wang clan's ancestral land was completely destroyed. However, there was no one from the Wang clan. They were obviously hiding in the grotto heaven. For a cultivation clan like the Wang clan that had been passed down for countless years and had emperor gods for generations, there must be a grotto heaven in the ancestral land. Only the Wang clan's grotto heaven could enter. Outsiders had no idea how to enter the grotto heaven. Of course, ultimate existences like ultimate gods and great emperors could directly break the void and enter the grotto heaven. It was not impossible for them to destroy the grotto heaven with a raise of their hand. At that moment, while everyone was still in shock, the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master were fighting. The void around them directly exploded. They were like the gods of destruction as they directly shattered the void between heaven and earth with every move they made. This world could no longer restrain them. Boom! Clang! A terrifying divine power exploded continuously. The divine axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand seemed to be splitting the sky. When the axe was swung, divine light suddenly appeared like cold lightning and tore the void between heaven and earth. The void-breaching divine spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand pierced through the void, and the bloody spearhead did not leave the Dark Knight Emperor's glabella. The sound of weapons clashing against each other caused the entire void to tremble. Crack! The mountain that Jiyu Fei was standing on had cracks on it as though it could collapse at any time. Humph! The Emperor of True Dragon stomped his foot and a gush of divine power was transmitted into the mountain from his foot. The next moment, the cracks on the mountain disappeared. A great emperor's power shrouded the entire mountain. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, only the mountain that Jiyu Fei was standing on wasn't erased. The other mountains were turned into dust by the sound waves. Then, Emperor God Mo Yuan let out a breath of relief. The Emperor of True Dragon's power isolated the terrifying pressure from the outside world. Hong! At this time, high up in the sky, two figures instantly collided with each other like meteors. The void shattered, and a destructive storm of power swept out in all directions. The two experts couldn't determine the winner within a short period of time. The sky-traversing Divine Master is really powerful. Someone exclaimed. The fighting power that the sky-traversing Divine Master had displayed was really shocking. An ordinary ultimate god might not even be able to take one hit from him. However, the Dark Knight Emperor wasn't an ordinary person. Their cultivation and fighting power were on par. It was difficult to determine the winner, and it was even more difficult to determine the winner. Sky-splitting axe. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger. He held the divine axe with both his hands and slashed at the sky-traversing Divine Master with all his might. The light blade from the sky-splitting axe lit up the entire universe as though it was going to split the universe into two. Sky-splitting spear. The sky-traversing Divine Master didn't show any weakness and he performed his strongest killer move. The divine spear in his hand trembled and stabbed forward fiercely. Then, the entire void in front of him suddenly collapsed. The light blade that was slashing towards him actually slashed into the collapsed void and disappeared in an instant. The spearhead of the sky-traversing Divine Master's void-breaking divine spear appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and he quickly placed the divine axe in front of his chest. Clang! The void-breaking divine spear in the sky traversing divine master's hand stabbed the divine axe directly and sparks flew everywhere. The ferocious impact caused the Dark Knight Emperor to fly backward. Void Great Way. On the mountain top, Jiu Fei saw the scene and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The power contained in the void-breaking divine spear should be the power of void. Otherwise, how could it break the void? The void-breaking divine spear and the sky-splitting divine axe were trash in Jiu Fei's eyes. They weren't worth mentioning at all. He randomly took out a few divine weapons and they were much more powerful than the two divine weapons. Again. Chapter 4164. Sky-traversing divine master was known as the strongest ultimate god in heaven divine world. The divine weapon in his hand was one of the strongest divine weapons in heaven divine world. If it were someone else, there would be no need to fight. However, sky-traversing divine master's opponent was the Emperor of Dark Knight. The Emperor of Dark Knight was the first invincible existence in Dark Knight continent to conquer the entire Dark Knight continent. In order to unify Dark Knight continent, he once turned the Dark Knight continent into a river of blood. Countless experts in Dark Knight continent were ruthlessly killed by him. Many of the overlords and peerless emperor gods in Dark Knight continent died in his hands. The Emperor of Dark Knight was the emperor god with the strongest murderous nature in Dark Knight continent. At that moment, his murderous intent stirred and the color of heaven and earth changed. Countless living beings within a 10,000-mile radius were terrified to the extreme. Even the emperor gods who were watching the battle nearby felt their souls trembling. Such a strong murderous nature. How many living beings must he have killed to accumulate such a strong murderous nature? Some of the older emperor gods were shocked to the extreme. There seemed to be countless ferocious souls struggling and roaring around the Emperor of Dark Knight. It was extremely terrifying. This guy seems to be on the path of killing. Jiu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw that. The Emperor of Dark Knight wasn't the first to enter the path of killing. The servant he subdued in Ancestor God Realm was a madman who entered the path of killing. At that moment, the void-breaching divine spear in sky-traversing divine master's hand broke through the dense murderous aura and stabbed at the Emperor of Dark Knight. Die. The Emperor of Dark Knight didn't hesitate and slashed at the incoming spear with his axe. The murderous aura emitted from the sky-breaking axe was like a stormy sea. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed as it swept across the sky and earth. Clang! The two divine weapons collided again. The sound pierced through the void and the sound wave shook the entire heaven and earth. Rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Wherever the divine light passed, there were pitch-black space cracks that tore the sky and earth apart. All the god emperors who were watching the battle nearby turned pale with fright when they saw the divine light that shot out. They dodged in panic. However, there were a few screams and 3 unlucky emperor gods were pierced by the divine light. In the next moment, the 3 unlucky emperor gods turned into ashes and their souls were destroyed. Even the god weapons and god treasures they were carrying had turned into ashes. 2 emperor gods were grazed by the divine light and half of their bodies turned into blood mist. They were severely injured and they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran away. When the other god emperors saw this, they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, they weren't the unlucky ones. At this moment, 3 beams of divine light directly shot towards the mountain where Jiu Fei was. Jiu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if he didn't see the 3 beams of divine light and didn't care about them at all. He was still looking up at the battle in the sky. Just when the 3 beams of divine light were about to hit the top of the mountain, a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain. The huge dragon merely stretched out a dragon claw and directly shattered the 3 beams of divine light of destruction that pierced through it. Roar! The huge dragon roared at the sky and terrifying sound waves spread across the heaven and earth. It was a real dragon's roar and it shook the heaven and earth. The god emperors who were watching the battle from afar felt their blood boil and the weaker god emperors spat out a mouthful of blood. Supreme God, is another supreme god born? The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were shocked. The southern divine region actually had 4 supreme ultimate gods at the same time. Of course, there were only 3 ultimate gods left in the southern divine region. That was because the Purple Thunder Supreme God was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. There were strong and weak gods and great emperors. The Purple Thunder Supreme God was only a low-level god. How could he be a match for the Dark Knight Emperor? It was extremely rare to see so many supreme gods appearing at the same time in the entire heavenly god realm. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being had definitely shocked the entire heavenly god realm. It was a battle between great emperors. Battles of this level rarely happened in the countless years. The two great experts fought until the void shattered, the stars shook, and the entire sky seemed to be overturned. In the end, the two great experts fought into the depths of the starry sky. A battle between experts of this level could directly destroy an entire region. As long as they fought in the depths of the starry sky, it would not affect the southern divine region. However, at this time, the Wang family's ancestral land was completely destroyed. It was a divine land, but this divine land had turned into ruins. Just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being fought into the starry sky, a ball of divine light suddenly appeared in the ruins of the Wang family's ancestral land. Then, a group of people rushed out of the ball of divine light. This group of people were the Wang family's ancestors. Wang Xin, Wang Yuan, Wang, Wang Jin, and the others were all there, looking at the ruins in front of them in fear. This, the destruction of the ancestral land, made all the disciples of the Wang family extremely sad and angry. The destruction of the Wang family's ancestral land was definitely an unimaginable loss to the Wang family. However, the Wang family's inheritance did not end because the Wang family's cave was still there. The Wang family's true inheritance was in the Wang family's cave, not in the outside world. Ancestor, this, Wang Jin looked at Wang Xin and clenched his fists. Those people were really despicable, they actually destroyed their ancestral land. There's no need to say anything more. Wang Xin raised her head and looked at the sky. At this time, there were constantly strong lights in the depths of the starry sky. It was the last and most dazzling light that was released when the stars were destroyed. Even on the ground, Wang Xin and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure from the depths of the starry sky. Is this the power of a divine venerable? Wang Xin's eyes flickered. This power was the power that she was pursuing. Let's go see Master. Wang looked at the mountain in the distance. All right. Wang Xin nodded and then led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain where Ji Yufei was at with the other ancestors. Boss, the Wang family is here. Fatty said. Ji Yufei nodded and said nothing. Greetings, Master. Wang Xin led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain and then knelt before Ji Yufei. When the other god emperors saw this scene, they were all indescribably astonished. The dignified ancestor of the Wang family was actually kneeling to a youth. Get up, Ji Yufei said calmly. Wang Xin and the others quickly stood up and retreated to the side. At this time, the Emperor True Dragon had already returned to the mountain and stood behind Ji Yufei. I guess it won't be easy for these two to decide who's the winner, the Emperor True Dragon said. Then let's wait here, Ji Yufei said as he jumped onto a huge rock and sat cross-legged on it. The Emperor True Dragon was confused. Didn't Master want to capture sky-traversing divine venerable? Did Master change his mind? He dared not ask further. The others could only wait on the mountain. However, at this time, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. The figure took a step and instantly arrived above the mountain where Ji Yufei was. The Emperor True Dragon raised his head. You dare to behave atrociously in the heavenly divine world. The person in the sky was shrouded in black fog. Two blood-colored lights shone in the black fog. It was a pair of blood-colored eyes. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Ji Yufei was still fine, but everyone from the Wang family nearly peed their pants in fear. Coward, come and fight me if you have the guts. The Emperor True Dragon said to the mysterious person in the sky. What did you say? Who are you calling a coward? The mysterious person in the sky was furious. I'm talking about you, coward. The Emperor True Dragon sneered. Go to hell. The mysterious person was angered by the Emperor True Dragon. At the next moment, a huge palm descended from the sky and grabbed the mountain. The huge palm covered the entire mountain. The Wang family was scared out of their wits. The true dragon emperor revealed his true form. A gigantic dragon soared into the sky, its dragon claws tearing through the void as it clawed towards the mysterious man. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. In the next moment, the two forces instantly exploded, forming a terrifying storm of destruction that swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly separated. "Come and fight me if you have the guts." The Emperor True Dragon soared into the sky and entered the starry sky. Damn it! The mysterious person was obviously mad with the Emperor True Dragon. He also soared into the sky and chased after the Emperor True Dragon. "Master, is that guy an ultimate god too?" Emperor God Mo Yuan asked curiously. Ji Fei, who was sitting on the rock, did not say anything but nodded. An ultimate god might be invincible in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. He used to be a supreme existence in the eternal realm. To him, an ultimate god was not even a sage. However, in the heavenly divine realm and the Dark Knight continent, an ultimate god was an invincible existence. There are so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan's forehead was sweating. No wonder the Dark Knight Emperor wanted to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. There were so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. No matter how strong the Dark Knight Emperor was, it was impossible for him to fight so many ultimate gods at the same time. At that moment, the battle between the Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god broke out. In the starry sky, there were stars exploding and bright lights bursting. The two of them had no scruples at all. A part of the starry sky was almost destroyed. The heavenly divine realm was too complicated. The Dark Knight Emperor could not conquer the entire heavenly divine realm because there was only one great emperor in the Dark Knight continent. Now, there was a true dragon emperor. With the appearance of the Emperor True Dragon and the Dark Knight Emperor, the two great emperors could indeed fight against the ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. However, the outcome was uncertain. Chapter 4165. There were already 3 ultimate gods in the heavenly divine world. They were the legendary supreme existences. When the news spread, the entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor took action and killed Purple Thunder Divine Lord, all the cultivators in the heavenly divine world were stunned. The legendary ultimate god was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. That was a ultimate god, the strongest person in the heavenly divine world since ancient times. However, one of the ultimate gods had fallen today. Although Divine Venerate Purple Thunder was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor on the spot, Divine Venerate Skytraversing made a move. At this moment, Soaring Divine Lord and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Terrifying pressure came from the depths of the starry sky and countless living beings were terrified. While the sky-traversing ultimate god and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting, Ji Fei and the others were intercepted by a mysterious ultimate god. The mysterious ultimate god was fighting the True Dragon Emperor and the two supreme experts fought their way into the starry sky. Today, the southern divine region was in an uproar. The entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. Countless experts were looking at the southern divine region. A great emperor versus a ultimate god. It was a battle between the strongest person in the heavenly divine world and the strongest person in the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would directly affect the two worlds. The experts in the heavenly divine world naturally hoped that Soaring Divine Lord could chase the Dark Knight Emperor back to the Dark Knight continent again. However, it would be very difficult this time. To Ji Fei, it was not important who won or lost. Boom! In the starry sky, a dragon claw directly shattered the void. More than a dozen stars directly exploded, and a part of the starry sky turned into a piece of chaos. On the mountain top, Ji Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the experts of the Wang family stood below the big rock. The people of the Wang family were already stunned. The might of a great emperor was not something they could withstand. Previously, with the protection of the True Dragon Emperor, the people of the Wang family were still fine. However, now that the True Dragon Emperor had left to fight the mysterious ultimate god, The experts of the Wang family were shivering under the terrifying pressure. Even the ancestors of the Wang family, Wang Xin and Wang Wang, were terrified. Ji Yufei glanced at the experts from the Wang family and extended his right hand. An ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. The simple and unadorned ancient cauldron did not seem eye-catching at all. However, the aura emitted from the ancient cauldron shrouded the entire mountain. In the next moment, the experts of the Wang clan felt their bodies loosen up. The terrifying pressure on their hearts immediately disappeared. "This is..." Wang Xin and the rest stared at the ancient cauldron in Ji Yufei's hand with great astonishment. Could this ancient cauldron be on the same level as the void-breaching spear and the heaven-shattering godly axe? If they knew that the ancient cauldron was much more powerful than the void god spear and divine emperor axe, they would gods. The void god spear and divine emperor axe weren't even divine emperor god weapons. Only a perfect world like the ancestor god realm could produce a divine emperor god. A mid-tier world like the heaven god realm couldn't produce a divine emperor. Only a perfect world like the ancestor god realm could produce a supreme expert. If it wasn't for the source of heaven god realm, he would have left the heaven god realm and gone to the upper world. The ancestors of the Wang family naturally didn't know that Ji Yufei didn't care about the so-called divine emperor god realm's strongest divine emperor god realm. Rumble, shocking noises could be heard from the starry sky. All the emperor gods had rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. Only god emperors were qualified to watch a battle of this level. Living beings below the level of god emperor were unable to withstand such a supreme divine might. "Master, who do you think will win?" Emperor God Mo Yuan suddenly said. His sudden voice shocked the people of the Wang family. The experts of the Wang family raised their heads and looked at him. "What does it have to do with me?" Ji Yufei looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan and said. Emperor God Mo Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that Ji Yufei wouldn't care about the great battle. At this moment, Ji Yufei's mind was not on these trivial matters at all. What he wanted to do was to recover his invincible cultivation base and then investigate his origins. "I wonder what happened to Ji Yuling." Ji Yufei suddenly thought of his daughter, Ji Yuling. Ever since Ji Yuling stepped on the ancient road of the human clan, there was no news of her. However, he knew that Ji Yuling and his disciples were still alive. Back then, Ji Yufei gave Ji Yuling the Emperor's divine mace to protect herself. It was a supreme Dao weapon that could go against an extreme Dao weapon. In the human realm and heaven realm where the power of heaven punishment existed, who could hurt Ji Yuling except for a supreme martial artist? As for Erebus, he had also disappeared for a long time. I wonder if old Tortoise has become a supreme martial artist. Ji Yufei suddenly had an urge to go back and take a look. However, it wasn't time yet. His eternal martial body was gradually recovering. Ji Yufei's martial body was transforming into an eternal martial body. His martial body wasn't something that the ultimate gods and great emperors in the heaven divine realm could imagine. He had already surpassed the heaven divine realm and could ignore all his opponents in the heaven divine realm. Of course, Ji Yufei knew that although the heaven divine realm was only a mid-level world, someone from the upper world might have done something to it. The origin of heaven and earth wasn't that easy to get. One must know that this was the source energy of the heaven and earth. If anything were to happen to it, the entire heaven and earth would be destroyed. Ha ha! Suddenly, a laugh was heard from afar. The experts on the mountain looked in the direction of the laughter and saw that a group of people had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. To be exact, it was a divine army. The two people at the front were Emperor God Tatian and Emperor Yun. Emperor God Tatian laughed arrogantly. Like a dark cloud, the divine army quickly flew toward the mountain where Ji Yufei and the others were. Soon, they arrived in the sky above the mountain. A terrifying imperial energy fell from the sky. Emperor God Mo Yuan's expression changed when he saw that. It's Emperor Tatian. Wang Xin and the other ancestral patriarchs of the Wang family were terrified. A young man in armor next to Emperor God Tatian shouted at the people on the mountain, "Cowards of the Wang family, come out and die. We might leave your bodies intact." "Master, Wang Xin and the other experts of the Wang family looked at Ji Yufei anxiously. Ji Yufei was the only one who could save them at a time like this. Ji Yufei didn't say anything. He still closed his eyes to rest. Who in the heaven divine realm can protect you? Come out and die. Yun Xie, the son of the evil the Arch, said with a cold smile. Wang Xin and the others panicked after hearing what Yun Xie said. They regretted leaving the grotto heaven of the Wang family. However, the grotto heaven of the Wang family was already unstable. If it collapsed, they would all die in there and the Wang family would be exterminated. They're my people. Their lives are in my hands. At this moment, Ji Yufei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the demonic emperor's son, Yun Xie, who was standing outside the mountain. Ha ha! Who do you think you are? How dare a true god act so presumptuously in front of me? Are you tired of living? Yun Xie stared at Ji Yufei and said arrogantly. How dare you? Emperor God Mo Yuan shouted as he stared at Yun Xie. Who are you shouting at? Come out and fight with my father if you have the guts, Yun Xie sneered. This guy was a con man and he was conning his own father. Young man, you're courting death. Mo Yuan glanced at Ji Yufei. Seeing that Ji Yufei didn't say anything, he took action immediately. He pointed at Yun Xie and a divine light shot out from his finger towards Yun Xie. Your opponent is me. The heaven trampler evil emperor took a step forward and stretched out his hand to directly block the beam of light that shot towards him. The two emperors fought against each other. There were two emperor gods on Emperor Taishan's side while there was only Emperor God Mo Yuan on Ji Yufei's side. No matter how one looked at it, Ji Yufei's side was at an absolute disadvantage. Everyone in the Wang family was in despair. Die. Emperor God Mo Yuan had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He roared and took a step forward. He dashed out from the top of the mountain instantly. Hong! Emperor God Mo Yuan threw a punch at Tatian evil emperor as soon as he came up. A blinding divine light rushed out from his fist and burst out with an unprecedentedly dazzling divine light. It was as if a divine sun had suddenly appeared in the world. Under this punch, the void of the world exploded. Pitch-black spatial cracks, like incomparably huge abysses, appeared in the entire world. One punch shattered the universe. That was Emperor God Mo Yuan's strongest punch. Even Emperor God Tatian was shocked by Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. The power of the punch was so terrifying that Yun Xie had already peed his pants. He hid behind his father Emperor Tatian and trembled in fear. How is this possible? Yun Xie muttered to himself. He was truly frightened by what he saw. On the top of the mountain, Ji Yufei opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Emperor God Mo Yuan also had a trick up his sleeve. Everyone had a trump card and they wouldn't use it easily. However, once the trump card was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Roar! Emperor Tatian let out a roar. The next moment, 9 evil shadows dashed out from his body and collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. Boom! 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 Every evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist and there was a loud bang that shook the universe. It was as frightening as thunder roaring beside one's ears. However, the mountain that was protected by the cauldron was still as stable as a mountain and it didn't move at all. The power of an emperor god was nothing in front of the mountain river cauldron. It could completely block a wisp of its aura. The people of the Wang family on the top of the mountain were relieved to see that. Master had protected them after all. No one could kill them with Master around. Emperor God Tatian was just a bunch of clowns in front of Master. Those clowns dared to look down on Master. They were so stupid. Chapter 4166. Emperor God Mo Yuan gave it his all and threw a punch that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The divine light that was emitted from his fist was even more dazzling than the sun. Everyone in the Wang clan was astonished by the scene. All right. The heaven-trampling evil emperor shouted and unleashed his art of 9 evils. In the next moment, 9 shadows rushed out of his body. To Emperor Tatian, it was a happy thing to meet a good opponent. Then, he could fight to his heart's content. Boom! The first evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist instantly and a ball of glaring divine light burst out. As long as the void was enveloped by the divine light, it would be destroyed straight away. That was a god emperor. He could shatter the void with a wave of his hand. The destructive wave spread out instantly and engulfed a radius of 10,000 miles. On the ground undulated like waves from the terrifying wave that came down from the sky. The Wang clan's ancestral ground had been erased from the ground. Boom! After that, there was another loud bang and the second evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist again. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist was like an ancient sacred mountain that continued to move forward. When the second shadow hit Emperor Taishan's fist, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist did not move at all. Emperor Taishan's 9 evils heaven skill was the best in the southern divine region. Even southern heaven god Emperor Shen Kuan did not dare to be careless when facing Emperor Taishan's 9 evils heaven skill. Emperor God Mo Yuan was undoubtedly one of the best emperor lords under the Emperor of Dark Night in the Dark Night continent. He had always been low-key and had hidden his strength well. One had to admit that before Emperor God Mo Yuan met Ji Yufei, he had been pretending very well. He knew how to keep a low profile and bide his time. However, now that he had followed Ji Yufei and had his life and death restricted by Ji Yufei, he could no longer pretend anymore. He knew very well that if Ji Yufei wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. As long as Ji Yufei wasn't satisfied with him and decided to kill him, Emperor God Mo Yuan would die. The heaven-trampling evil monarch's 9 evils heaven art was churning crazily. The third evil shadow instantly clashed with a loud sound that reverberated throughout the sky and earth. Some god emperors were attracted by it and rushed down from the starry sky to watch the battle nearby. A powerful storm of destruction swept across the sky and earth. What is the heaven-trampling evil emperor doing? The other side has 2 great emperors. If the Dark Knight Emperor were to defeat the traversing Divine Lord, the heaven-trampling evil emperor would be done for. Since heaven-trampling evil emperor dares to make a move, it means that he is not afraid of the 2 great emperors. A god emperor said disapprovingly. The sky-trampling evil emperor seems to be related to some supreme force in the central divine realm. Someone said something like that. What? The other emperor gods were shocked to hear that. One must know that the strongest forces in the central divine territory were super-powerful forces with legendary ultimate gods. No wonder. Someone thought of this and could not help but exclaim. The heaven-trampling evil emperor had confidence and background, which was why he dared to challenge Emperor God Mo Yuan. He dared to not take Ji Yufei seriously and dared to kill everyone in the Wang clan. "You go and kill Wang Xuanji," the heaven-trampling evil emperor said to Emperor Yun. "All right." Emperor Yun nodded. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At this time, Wang Xuanji's emperor god tribulation was about to end. It was really despicable for Emperor Yun to kill Wang Xuanji at this time. One must know that Wang Xuanji, who had just passed the emperor god tribulation, must be extremely weak. With Emperor Yun's cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Wang Xuanji who had just passed the emperor god tribulation. This, on the mountain, the great ancestors of the Wang clan were anxious. Wang Xuanji was their hope. If even Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would really be in decline. With an emperor in charge, the Wang family could shock everyone. They could slowly rest and recover. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Wang Xin and the others rushed to the rock where Ji Yufei was sitting and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Ji Yufei. The Wang clan was really afraid. Once Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would not be destroyed even if they relied on Ji Yufei, but they would never be able to rise again. At this time, in the distant sky, a masked woman saw this scene and was shocked. The great ancestor of the Wang clan was actually kowtowing to Ji Yufei. This was absolutely unbelievable to her. This person is not simple. Next to the masked woman, a majestic middle-aged man looked at the black-robed young man on the mountain. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Everyone in the Wang clan knelt before the rock and kowtowed to Ji Yufei anxiously. Rumble, thunderclaps resounded incessantly from afar while a terrifying aura of destruction swept over. It was the might of the heavens and the earth. Wang Xuanji was still undergoing the tribulation, but the tribulation clouds had gradually shrunk. However, the might of the tribulation had grown stronger. Emperor Yun hadn't acted yet, and he was waiting. Ji Yufei looked indifferently at the kneeling members of the Wang clan, and then he said, "Wang Xuanji won't die." "Thank you, Master." Everyone in the Wang clan was instantly overjoyed. Since Ji Yufei said Wang Xuanji wouldn't die, then it would be difficult for Wang Xuanji to die even if he wanted to. However, Ji Yufei had no intention of acting. This caused everyone in the Wang clan to be anxious, and they didn't know how Ji Yufei was going to save Wang Xuanji. Wang Xin and the other great ancestors of the Wang clan glanced at each other anxiously. After all, Emperor Yun was a god emperor, so Wang Xuanji was definitely dead if he targeted him. Meanwhile, countless dazzling rays of light suddenly erupted from the depths of the star. Countless stars actually exploded at the same time, and the terrifying force of destruction caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Boom! Following a loud bang, a figure flew out from the depths of the starry sky. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor lost. The god emperors of the Heaven Divine Realm were surprised and delighted. The Dark Knight Emperor was sent flying thousands of miles away. His hair was messy, and his body was stained with blood. A drop of blood was dripping from the heaven-breaking axe in his hand. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out of the destructive storm. Divine God Traversing. Seeing that figure, the god emperors of the Heaven Divine Realm were extremely excited. "Ha ha! Divine God Traversing of our Heaven Divine Realm is still better," a god emperor of the Heaven Divine Realm said with a laugh. "Hee hee, how can a great emperor from the Dark Knight continent be a match for the divine god of our Heaven Divine Realm?" someone said disdainfully. However, when the god emperors of the Heaven Divine Realm saw Divine God Traversing's appearance, they were immediately dumbfounded. Divine God Traversing was in a worse state than the Dark Knight Emperor. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, and there was a bloodstain on his forehead that was oozing blood. He was actually seriously injured. This, the god emperors of the Heaven Divine Realm couldn't laugh. How is this possible? When the god emperors of the Heaven Divine Realm saw Divine God Traversing's miserable state, they were dumbfounded. Then, although Divine God Traversing had lost an arm, his right hand was still holding the spear, the void-breaking divine spear, tightly. Divine God Traversing lost. Ji Yufei raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Roar. Divine God Traversing roared fiercely at the sky. A terrifying wave of divine power immediately exploded from his body, and a ball of divine light surged from his body and enveloped him directly. At the place where Divine God Traversing's arm was severed, his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. Very soon, a new arm appeared on his body. Besides his arm, the crack on Divine God Traversing's forehead was also mended. In just a few breaths' time, Divine God Traversing's injuries were completely healed, and an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. Divine God Traversing recovered to his peak state directly. When the Dark Knight Emperor saw that, he was dumbfounded. Die! Divine God Traversing roared furiously, and the divine spear in his hand stabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor. The void-breaking divine spear instantly turned into an immortal divine light and shot at the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The divine light pierced the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows directly, but the Dark Knight Emperor's figure disappeared in the void. Divine God Traversing's spear couldn't hurt the Dark Knight Emperor at all, and it only pierced the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble! Just then, the void above Divine God Traversing's head shook violently. A light blade instantly broke the universe and fell on the top of Divine God Traversing's head. D***MNit. The divine spear in Divine God Traversing's hand swept upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. The void-breaking spear fiercely collided with the light blade descending from the sky, causing transparent ripples to spread in all directions. Divine God Traversing fell from the starry sky directly. Just then, a domineering figure appeared in the void. The heaven-breaking divine axe split the sky and displayed great power. The surrounding emperor gods from Heaven Divine World who were watching the battle felt a buzz in their heads and they had a splitting headache. It's too scary. All the emperor gods retreated far away. Swoosh! Just then, A spear shadow went against the sky and pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body in an instant. A ray of bloodlight appeared in the void. Void-breaking divine spear. Revered sky-traversing divinity finally used his trump card. This spear of his was silent and extremely fast. It was as if it had fused with the void. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't dodge the spear. Preposterous. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and furious. A terrifying destructive power instantly invaded his body and destroyed the vitality in his body. Boom. At the next moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's entire body seemed to be burning. Boundless divine light surged out from his body and the destructive power that invaded his body was instantly forced out. This. Chapter 4167. The two experts were evenly matched and all the Emperor gods who were watching the battle were shocked to the extreme. It was truly difficult to determine a victor between the traversing divine being and the Dark Knight Emperor. Until the very end, no one could guess who would be the final victor. Die. The Emperor of the Dark Knight looked as though he was on fire. Blazing divine light rushed out of his body and the surrounding void was constantly being destroyed. He roared and charged towards divine venerable Sky Traverser with the heaven-breaking divine axe in his hand. His divine body was pierced by Sky Traversing Divine Warrior's spear earlier. Sky Traversing Divine Warrior's attack had completely triggered his murderous nature. Swoosh. The Dark Knight Emperor simply swung his axe at Divine Venerable Sky Traversing Divine Venerable. He didn't use any fancy moves, but the power displayed was earth-shattering. Wherever the axe passed, the entire void collapsed. It was as though the axe was going to destroy the world. The destructive aura spread across heaven and earth and everything under the axe was destroyed. Let's decide the winner with one move. The battle blood in Divine Sovereign Soaring Sky's body boiled. The Voidbreaker spear in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly brilliant divine light. He gently shook the spear in his hand, and countless spear shadows immediately soared into the sky, meeting the heaven-shattering divine axe that was slashing down. Boom. The strongest divine weapon in Heaven Divine Realm and the strongest divine weapon in Dark Knight Continent clashed. The two forces were enough to kill any Emperor God below Great Emperor. No matter how nature-defying an Emperor God was, it was impossible for them to block such a blow. No one knew how terrifying a full blow from a Great Emperor or an ultimate God was before this. However, everyone realized how powerful an ultimate God or an ultimate God could be after this. The two forces clashed and a terrifying energy storm was formed in the next moment. Then, it swept out in all directions with both of them as the epicenter. Wherever the energy storm passed, everything was destroyed. The energy storm spread and the void was destroyed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The clansmen of Wang family on the mountaintop were scared out of their wits. Ji Fei continued to sit quietly on the rock on the mountain top as though he didn't see the earth-shattering scene. The ancestors of the Wang clan, on the other hand, were terrified. However, when this energy storm that could destroy everything arrived at the mountain where Ji Fei was, it disappeared thousands of feet away. The entire mountain was suppressed by a formless and powerful force. However, the mountain that Ji Fei was on could not be shaken. The mountain river cauldron was suppressing the entire mountain. Everyone in the Wang clan was shocked. At this time, it was pitch black outside the mountain. There was no light at all. The void had shattered and turned into primal chaos. The entire mountain was shrouded in primal energy. Amidst the chaos, two figures were fighting with all their might. The Dark Knight Emperor and the Flying Sky Divinity were still unable to determine the victor. They started fighting in the chaotic aura. On the other side, the outcome of the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor God Tatian had already been decided. Emperor God Mo Yuan was extremely powerful. Every punch was like countless stars exploding at the same time. The terrifying destructive power knocked the heaven trampler evil emperor thousands of miles away, and he kept coughing up blood. Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. Even Ji Fei did not expect Emperor God Mo Yuan to be so powerful. Of course, no matter how powerful he was, in Ji Fei's eyes, even Emperor God Mo Yuan was not strong enough. Heaven Trampler lost. The god emperors of the Heaven God realm were shocked. One should know that the Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor was one of the 5 strongest God Emperors in the Southern Divine region. He could compete with the Southern Heaven God Emperor. The Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor's 9 Evils Heaven art was the best in the Southern Divine region. However, today, the Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor who had dominated the Southern Divine region had met his strongest opponent. What should we do? Yun Xie, the son of the Evil Emperor, was shocked and angry. Why isn't Emperor Yun back yet? Yun Xie was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do because he could not interfere in a battle of this level. At this time, at the place where Wang Xuanji was going through the tribulation, Emperor Yun was still watching Wang Xuanji go through the tribulation. He did not make a move. He was waiting for the moment when Wang Xuanji was done. Wang Xuanji had already sensed Emperor Yun's arrival. Preposterous. Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. The tribulation clouds in the sky were about to dissipate, but the vitality in his body was almost depleted. When the last bolt of tribulation lightning was blocked by Wang Xuanji, a shocking killing intent suddenly appeared, and a fist fiercely smashed into Wang Xuanji's body. In the next moment, Wang Xuanji did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. That was Wang Xuanji, the strongest person in the Wang family. Old ancestor, on the mountain, Wang Xin and the other ancestors of the Wang family were even more dumbfounded. Didn't Master say that the profound sky ancestor would not die? Ji Yufei still looked indifferent. Master, this, Wang Xin looked at Ji Yufei, who was sitting on the boulder with his legs crossed, in shock and anger. Ji Yufei did not say a word. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the void suddenly moved and gathered together. In the bloodlight, a figure appeared. Soon, the bloodlight disappeared, and Wang Xuanji's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Roar! Wang Xuanji suddenly roared into the sky, and his voice shook the firmament. A strong pressure of an emperor god spread from his body, and the weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. How? How is this possible? Seeing this, Emperor Yun was shocked. He had been accumulating power for that attack just now. It was a shocking attack that could definitely kill all the god emperors. Even Emperor Yun's body had cracks on it. At this moment, the battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master was earth-shattering. Rumble! The Dark Knight Emperor held the sky-breaking Divine Axe and swung it at the sky-traversing Divine Master. Everywhere it passed, countless stars trembled, and huge stars exploded. The Divine Spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand flew up, turned into an immortal light, and met the sky-breaking Divine Axe. Swoosh! That almost immortal Divine light pierced through the void and blocked the peerless Divine Axe that was slashing down. The 2 divine weapons were blown away at the same time. At the same time, the 2 figures collided with each other. The void suddenly exploded, and the chaotic aura rushed out. At the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the sky-traversing Divine Master was sent flying. Both of his arms were bent in a weird way, and it was obvious that the bones in both of his arms were broken. As for the Dark Knight Emperor, he walked out of the destructive void step by step. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's tyrannical divine body displayed powerful combat power, and his physical body could go against the peerless divine weapons. The sky-traversing Divine Master was obviously at a disadvantage. Ha ha! The heavenly god realm will be my world in the future. The Dark Knight Emperor laughed and said. The sky-traversing Divine Master was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. If even he wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent, who else in the heavenly god realm could be the Dark Knight Emperor's opponent? At this moment, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the sky-traversing Divine Master's arms. The broken bones in his arms were connecting quickly, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. In an instant, the sky-traversing Divine Master's broken arms were completely healed. The sky-traversing Divine Master grabbed with his right hand, and the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly god realm, the void-breaking Divine Spear, was caught in his hand. Buzz! The sky-traversing Divine Spear shook in his hand, and a powerful divine power of the void exploded from the Divine Spear. It instantly enveloped the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. Void realm! The sky-traversing Divine Master displayed his final trump card. An ultimate god's domain was the most essential difference between an ultimate god and other god-emperors. The place where an ultimate god was at formed a world of its own, and they were the supreme rulers of that world. The Dark Knight Emperor was immediately enveloped by the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At the next moment, countless rays of bloody light burst out of his body. Without any warning, his powerful divine body was pierced through by a shapeless divine power. Especially the bloody hole in between his eyebrows, it was even more shocking. There were god-emperors who saw the scene, and they were quite shocked. Although the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows had been pierced by the sky-traversing Divine Master's domain power, he didn't die just like that. Dark World. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger, and a ball of black light emerged from his body. It instantly swallowed everything in the surroundings into darkness. The power of darkness that spread out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body opened up the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. Die. The Dark Knight Emperor's voice came from the darkness. At the next moment, countless rays of black light pierced through the sky-traversing Divine Master and pierced through his void realm. Void extermination. With a thought, the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed abruptly. The destruction formed a terrifying power that headed towards the Dark Knight Emperor. However, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark world swallowed everything. The mighty destructive power was swallowed by the power of darkness, and the power of darkness rose to a level that even the sky-traversing Divine Master was shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world countered the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm. The sky-traversing Divine Master was at a disadvantage once again. Of course, although the Dark Knight Emperor could suppress the sky-traversing Divine Master, it wasn't an easy task to kill the sky-traversing Divine Master. However, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Rumble, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark world continued to expand, and the sky-traversing Divine Master's void realm collapsed entirely. Even the sky-traversing Divine Master was almost swallowed by the dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor hid in the darkness, and he was already in an invincible position. When Ji Yufei saw the scene, he still looked calm, and there wasn't any sadness or joy on his face. The few old ancestors of the Wang family saw the situation, and they were terrified. Chapter 4168. Sky-traversing Ultimate God, who was known as the most powerful Ultimate God in the Central Divine Territory, was still being forced to retreat by the Dark Knight Emperor despite holding the Divine Realm's most powerful divine weapon, the void-breaching Divine Spear. Buzz! The void shook as the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power continued to spread as though it was going to devour the entire world. It was extremely terrifying. Many stars were engulfed by the spreading darkness. Even the Emperor gods, who were watching the battle from afar, could feel the strong power that was emitted from the darkness, which could engulf the universe. The Emperor gods from the Divine Realm were inexplicably shocked and quickly retreated further away. Only the mountaintop where Ji Yufei was still standing on the ground. Neither sky-traversing Ultimate God's void domain power nor the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power could shake the mountaintop. At that moment, the entire mountaintop was shrouded by the Dark Knight Emperor's dark power and fell into absolute darkness. Just when the Wang clan was in shock, a ball of divine light directly appeared above the mountaintop. A divine pearl was suspended above the mountaintop like a divine sun, emitting a bright light. Wang Xin, Wang Wang, and the other Wang clan's old ancestors looked up at the divine pearl in the sky with fanatical eyes. That was a peerless divine pearl. Although the divine power fluctuation spreading from the divine pearl was extremely powerful, it did not make people feel uncomfortable or oppressed. That was because it was a refined divine pearl. If they could refine the divine power in that divine pearl, they might be able to reach the sky in a single bound and become a peerless ultimate god. How could the Wang clan not be shocked when the divine pearl Ji Yufei took out was a peerless divine pearl? Boom! At that moment, an extremely shocking collision sound could be heard. The Dark Knight Emperor's dark world kept shaking as an extremely powerful force was attacking the dark world. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and sky-traversing Ultimate God was not over yet. This battle caused the stars to shatter and the world to collapse. Not only did the Wang family's ancestral grounds no longer exist, but even the surrounding area of 50,000 kilometers was destroyed. Countless living beings died because of that. The pitch-black darkness enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. All living creatures that were enveloped by the darkness were annihilated. Even God-Emperor existences were no exception. Of course, those God-Emperors of the heavenly God realm were not so foolish as to stand there and wait to be killed. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, a loud noise was heard. Then, they saw a beam of divine light penetrating the endless darkness and rushing out. Amidst the divine light, a powerful figure appeared indistinctly. That person held a divine spear in his hand, exuding a majestic aura. His clothes had already disappeared, revealing a well-built body. His eyes were countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. Its rampaging divinity. The God-Emperors of the heavenly God realm who were watching the battle couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw that person. "I didn't expect your cultivation to increase by so much," Soaring Divine Venerable said coldly as he stared at the dark domain below. "You don't seem to have made any progress." A voice rang out from the darkness. Then, the darkness that enveloped the area immediately retreated like the tide and entered a person's body. This person was the Dark Knight Emperor. "Humph. So what if your cultivation has improved greatly? You want to kill me? What a joke," Flying Sky Hierarch said disdainfully. "Arrogant and conceited brat." The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Flying Sky Hierarch and squinted his eyes. "Cut the crap. Come again." Flying Sky Hierarch shook the divine spear in his hand and said in a deep voice. "Phut, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly. Boom. At the very next moment, there was boundless black light that burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body again. The black light instantly enveloped 10,000 miles of land and engulfed Flying Sky Hierarch. Void destruction. Divine Sovereign Skypiercer roared furiously, and a powerful wave of spatial power immediately surged out from his body. The space around him immediately shattered and was destroyed. With Flying Sky Hierarch as the center, the entire void of the universe shattered and disappeared continuously. Even the darkness that spread out from the body of the Dark Knight Emperor was obliterated. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. He couldn't believe that this guy still had a trump card. At first, he thought that he would win for sure. But from the looks of it, it wasn't certain who would win. Absolute darkness. The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He had no choice but to use his strongest domain power. In fact, he still had a trump card just now. These guys, at that moment, Gu Fei, who had been uninterested in the battle, couldn't help but shake his head. These two guys really had too many tricks up their sleeves. He reckoned that these two guys had been scheming for their entire lives. They were scheming against others and even themselves. Boom. Two powerful domain forces collided with each other. Void Destruction Force and Darkness Force. Both of these forces were terrifying destructive forces. No one would have thought that these two destructive powers would appear at the same time. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent. It was not surprising that he had mastered the darkness power. However, Flying Sky Hierarch was the #1 ultimate god in the Divine Realm Central Divine Territory and had mastered the Void Destruction power. An ultimate god who had mastered such power was very strong. He was a natural warrior and was destined to have an extraordinary life. Rumble. The two destructive powers cancelled each other out and collided with each other. The two supreme experts were desperately activating their divine powers. Every part of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was releasing powerful divine powers. He strode forward step by step, directly closing in on revered divinity Traverser. Flying Sky Hierarch was also closing in on the Dark Knight Emperor. Every step they took would cause the entire void to tremble violently. The two experts' pace was shockingly synchronized. 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100 feet. The distance between the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch was constantly shortening. Clang. In the end, the void-breaking divine spear and the heaven-breaking divine axe collided. The void destruction power and darkness power instantly erupted and the two forces spread out in all directions. Everything in its path, whether tangible or intangible, was directly destroyed. Of course, except for the mountain that Jiu Fei was on. An ancient cauldron was suspended in the sky above the mountain. The aura it emitted had stabilized the void, causing the mountain to be as stable as a primordial divine mountain. These two guys are quite capable. When Jiu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but nod his head. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch indeed had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. However, this was the heavenly god world. If they were to go to the upper realm, they might not even be able to destroy a small mountain. The more complete the laws of heaven and earth, the more stable the void was. The Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch could move unhindered here, but it was impossible in the upper realm. Jiu Fei was very clear about this difference. This was also the reason why he didn't let Juziru and Moziana out. In the immortal god world, they might be able to move unhindered, but in the heavenly god world, it was another matter. Here, they were just ordinary people. Master, these two are the strongest existences. Why don't you subdue them? Wang Xin said. From Wang Xin's point of view, if Jiu Fei subdued these two, it would be equivalent to conquering the entire heavenly god world. Conquering the entire heavenly god world. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. If Jiu Fei succeeded in conquering the entire heavenly god world, he would be the first realm lord in history. Of course, although the fatty often said that he was the realm lord of the heavenly god world, with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to conquer the entire heavenly god world. At this moment, no one knew where the fatty had gone. Kill. Kill. At this moment, the two supreme experts who were confronting each other roared at the same time. In the next moment, boom, the two figures flew backwards at the same time. The divine weapons in the hands of the Dark Knight Emperor and Flying Sky Hierarch flew out. Eat my fist. The Dark Knight Emperor clenched his right hand and threw a punch at the sky-traversing divine venerable. Wherever the punch passed, the void was constantly annihilated. Preposterous. Flying Sky Hierarch roared. His divine body couldn't be compared to the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body. The Dark Knight Emperor's divine body was extremely strong while Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body was slightly weaker. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and punch as well. Boom. The two fists collided instantly. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, Flying Sky Hierarch staggered backwards and his right hand was bent strangely. Flying Sky Hierarch was in so much pain that his vision turned black. However, he endured it and didn't show that he was in too much pain. Again, the Dark Knight Emperor took a step forward and punched towards Flying Sky Hierarch again. It was a simple and direct attack, but it actually displayed a shocking might. Boom! Flying Sky Hierarch was sent flying again. Almost all the bones in his body were broken and shattered. He was almost smashed by the Dark Knight Emperor's punch. You're too weak. The Dark Knight Emperor said disdainfully. What did you say? When Flying Sky Hierarch heard this, he was shocked and furious. This guy actually said that he was too weak. However, if it was a divine body, Flying Sky Hierarch's divine body wasn't as strong as the Dark Knight Emperor's. Bam! Crack! Flying Sky Hierarch was like a sandbag as he was punched by the Dark Knight Emperor again and again. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. Damn it! Flying Sky Hierarch was almost going crazy. Ever since he cultivated the divine fruit of Wei, he had never been in such a sorry state. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. The Dark Knight Emperor didn't stop until Flying Sky Hierarch was beaten into a pig's head. Seeing this scene, Jiu Fei was speechless. Was this guy, the Dark Knight Emperor, humiliating Flying Sky Hierarch? The Dark Knight Emperor had once fought with Flying Sky Hierarch. In that battle, the Dark Knight Emperor suffered a great loss and had to return to the Dark Knight continent to recuperate for countless years. There was a great hatred between these two guys. Chapter 4169. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity alarmed the entire heavenly god realm. This was because this was a showdown between the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm and the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would decide the fate of both worlds. The two supreme cultivators were evenly matched. Their cultivation bases were about the same, and their weapons were also the most powerful divine weapons in their respective worlds. Even the divine abilities they had cultivated could not be distinguished. At the end of the battle, even the heavens and earth were blasted apart, and their respective divine weapons were also sent flying. The Dark Knight the Arch and the heaven-traversing divinity fought with their divine abilities and weapons. In the end, they didn't even need to use their divine abilities and weapons and could only rely on their physical bodies to fight. As a result, the heaven-traversing divinity of the heavenly god realm was out of luck, as he was directly beaten into a pig's head by the Dark Knight Emperor. Bang! 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 Concentrated sounds of collisions rang out. The Dark Knight Emperor's punches landed on flesh, and every single one of them ruthlessly smashed onto Traversing Divine Lord's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Traversing Divinity's teeth were all knocked out, and his bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Eat my last punch! The Dark Knight Emperor made a 360-degree turn and punched Flying Divine Venerable's nose with his right fist. Catcher! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the entire bridge of the sky-traversing Divine Lord's nose was directly smashed. Even his face caved in, and his entire face was squeezed together. It was a bloody mess, and he looked extremely hideous. The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. He was the #1 ultimate god in the heavenly god realm's central celestial territory, the strongest existence. How could he be beaten up so badly? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Traversing Divinity was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by the Dark Knight Emperor's final punch, smashing directly into a savage ancient land. Boom! The entire savage, desolate ancient land shook, and dust filled the air. Roar! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the ancient desolate grounds, and then the heavens and the earth changed. Boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged madly towards the ancient desolate grounds. In an instant, the weather changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. What happened? Everyone was indescribably shocked. This is bad. Lord Heng Tian has barged into the God-forbidding desolate region. Someone exclaimed. What? That's the legendary forbidden land of the southern divine region, the God-forbidding desolate domain? The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were all shocked. The god isolation despair region was a primordial ruin, and even after countless years had passed, this ruin still hadn't been obliterated by the energy of time. That was a place that none of the gods in the heavenly god realm dared to set foot in. That was because too many gods had died there. It didn't matter if they were human gods or outlander gods, as long as they entered, they wouldn't be able to come out. There were broken walls and skeletons everywhere in this area. There were true dragon divine bones that had been scattered by the wind and sun for tens of thousands of years, and divine phoenix true bones that were embedded in the pillars. Most of them were human bones. On the ground, in the bushes, among the rocks, there were human bones everywhere. There were no animals or people here. Not even an ant or a moth could be seen. There were only unknown weeds growing in the cracks of the rocks and trees on the ground. In the God-forbidding desolate domain, there were even peerless divine medicines growing. It was those peerless divine medicines that had caused the death of countless living beings, especially the human race. It should be known that peerless divine medicines were treasures regardless of whether it was to the human race or other outlander races. Consuming the peerless divine medicines would allow one to obtain great power. To any living being, this was a fatal temptation, and it was worth the risk. However, for countless years, there was no one who could walk out of the God-forbidding desolate domain alive. Naturally, there was no one who could obtain the peerless divine medicines inside. There was great danger in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Even god emperors didn't dare to enter, let alone a hierarch. However, on that day, Traversing Hierarch was actually punched into the God-forbidding desolate domain by the Dark Knight Emperor. Endless smoke and dust rose in the God-forbidding desolate domain. In the next moment, there was a terrifying burst of divine power in every corner of the God-forbidding desolate domain. The void that was enveloped by the divine light was directly annihilated, forming a black hole. Looking down from the sky, there were black holes everywhere in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene. No wonder those living beings who had entered the God-forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The destructive power in the God-forbidding desolate domain was too terrifying. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the center of the God-forbidding desolate domain. There was a divine hall there, an ancient and complete divine hall. It was the only complete building in the entire God-forbidding desolate domain. The entire divine hall was shaking and a shocking power was awakening in the divine hall. There are living beings in the God-forbidding desolate domain? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. At that moment, there was a huge pit where traversing hierarch fell, and a figure was climbing out of the pit with difficulty. Roar. Traversing hierarch climbed out of the pit and stood beside it. He roared at the sky. His face was covered in blood and his body was stained with blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He stretched out his right hand and a divine light immediately flew over from the sky. He grabbed it in his hand. The divine light dissipated, and a divine spear appeared in traversing hierarch's hand. With the spear in his hand, traversing hierarch's aura immediately became different. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Dark Knight, do you dare to come in and fight? Traversing hierarch raised the divine spear in his hand and shouted at the Dark Knight Emperor who was outside the God-forbidding desolate domain. Ha ha, the Dark Knight Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Traversing hierarch said coldly. Do you think I don't know what this place is? The Dark Knight Emperor's face turned gloomy. I'm asking if you dare to come in and fight. Traversing hierarch stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said. Then do you dare to come out and fight? The Dark Knight Emperor stared at traversing hierarch. TSK, what Dark Knight Emperor? You are just a cowardly guy, traversing hierarch said in disdain. HMPH, HMPH. Come out first. The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly looked at traversing hierarch with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Damn it. Traversing hierarch held the divine spear in his hand and his battle intent was like a rainbow. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wanted to provoke the Dark Knight Emperor into entering the God-forbidding desolate domain, but the Dark Knight Emperor didn't fall for it. At that moment, traversing hierarch was surrounded by countless black holes. There were even black holes in the sky. It was definitely not an easy task for him to come out from the God-forbidding desolate domain. Interesting. Jiu Fei suddenly stood up from the top of the mountain and looked at the God-forbidding desolate domain. There was actually such a place in the southern divine region. He could feel that this place was different from the others. Chapter 4170. Jiu Fei was a little surprised that the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm had a god prohibition desolate region. Those emperor gods and even the ultimate gods in the heavenly god realm could not sense the difference in the god prohibition desolate region because the living beings in the heavenly god realm had never left the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, no one knew the essential difference between the god prohibition desolate region and the aura of other places. Jiu Fei, on the other hand, could tell at a glance. The god prohibition desolate region's aura was another kind of aura. The aura of heaven and earth was unique. Every different heaven and earth had a different mark which could not be duplicated as it was unique. Even if it was the same supreme existence that could split the heavens and earth apart, the different heavens and earth opened up would also be unique. The heavenly god realm is not that boring after all. There are still some surprising places. Jiu Fei looked at the god prohibition desolate region in the distance and muttered to himself. Master, Wang Xin and the others were surprised to see Jiu Fei suddenly stand up. Boom. At that moment, the divine palace in the center of the god prohibition desolate region suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Everything within 1,000 feet around the divine palace was instantly crushed. Even the ground below the divine palace was the same. The entire divine palace was suspended in the void with powerful and terrifying black lights surrounding the divine palace. Each of the black lights directly tore the void between heaven and earth. Everyone was dumbfounded to see that scene. Boom. Another loud sound came from the inside of the temple. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the temple. What's that? Ferocious Divine Master was not very far from the divine palace. He was shocked when he heard the sound and the vibration under his feet. At that moment, the black holes around him were gradually becoming smaller and the annihilated void was constantly being repaired, but the speed was not very fast. However, ferocious Divine Master dared not take the risk. As the number one ultimate god in the central divine territory, he knew that the desolate region had devoured more than one ultimate god. He did not want to die there. Is it a prison? Jiyu Fei smiled and said. Prison. Wang Xin and the others were confused as they did not know what Jiyu Fei was talking about. Boss. At this moment, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain. This person carried a large halberd and was dressed in a daoist robe. He was fair and chubby. Who else could it be but Fatty? Jiyu Fei didn't ask what this guy was doing, because even if he asked, if this guy wasn't willing to tell the truth, it would be useless. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divinity could not continue for the time being. The battle between Mo Yuan and Emperor God Ta Tian had also come to an end. Emperor God Mo Yuan had defeated Emperor God Ta Tian directly, which was a result that everyone found hard to accept. When the Cloud Emperor went to kill Wang Xuanji, he originally thought that Wang Xuanji had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was extremely weak, so he would be able to kill him with a single strike. However, although Wang Xuanji was blasted into a bloody mist by the Cloud Emperor's attack, he immediately recovered. Wang Xuanji instantly reassembled his divine body. He threw a punch at Emperor Yun. With a look of disdain, Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand to grab Wang Xuanji's fist, grabbing it in one swift motion. However, at the moment when Emperor Yun's hand grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist, a powerful divine power exploded from Wang Xuanji's fist. Emperor Yun's hand that grabbed Wang Xuanji's fist shook violently, then his entire palm exploded into a bloody mist. Roar! Emperor Yun roared and quickly retreated. The next moment, his right hand that had been blasted into a bloody mist grew out again as if it had never been injured. 1,000 miles of Star River. Wang Xuanji roared in anger and immediately displayed his trump card. Countless stars appeared in the void and turned into a Milky Way, blasting towards Emperor Yun on the opposite side. Emperor Yun was shocked and angry. He couldn't even take down a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation. How embarrassing. Boom. With a loud bang, Emperor Yun was directly blasted dozens of miles away. The dignified Emperor Yun actually did such a despicable and shameless thing. I have learned a lot today. Jiyu Fei stared at Emperor Yun in the distance and said disdainfully. What do you know? Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Emperor Yun said coldly. Hihi, they're all sanctimonious guys. Jiyu Fei shook his head. What did you say? How dare you say that I'm sanctimonious? Emperor Yun was displeased. Very displeased. Go to hell. Emperor Yun used his strongest strength. He pushed his hands forward and the entire world was annihilated under his hands. It was extremely terrifying. Star blade slash. Wang Xuanji roared. As he stretched out his right hand, endless starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, the shadow of a blade appeared in his hand. It wasn't a real artifact. It was just the power of the blade that Wang Xuanji had evolved with his supernatural power. Swoosh! Wang Xuanji directly slashed at Emperor Yun without any hesitation. The dazzling blade radiance directly fell on Emperor Yun's head. Just a small trick. Emperor Yun stared at Wang Xuanji. His hands were still pushing forward. The saber light that rushed out of Wang Xuanji's hand directly cut through the heavy force and slashed directly in front of Emperor Yun's brow. As long as his saber light fell down, Emperor Yun would be cut into two with one slash. However, Emperor Yun was one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. It wasn't an easy task to kill this guy. Clang! The blade radiance landed on Emperor Yun's hand and actually made a crisp sound of metal colliding. How is this possible? His hand is even more powerful than the blade. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Preposterous. Wang Xuanji only felt that his palm was shattered. It was extremely painful. He never thought that the counterforce would be so strong. Boom. The Cloud Emperor made his move. In an instant, he closed in and struck out with his palm. Wang Xuanji hurriedly punched at Emperor Yun's palm. Rumble. Like 2 huge stars colliding, the terrifying power of destruction spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, sand and stones flew, and the sun and moon dimmed. Wang Xuanji and Emperor Yun flew back at the same time. No one expected that a guy who had just passed the heavenly tribulation would be so strong that he actually dared to fight Emperor Yun. That was Emperor Yun, the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm. He was almost invincible in the southern divine region. Chapter 4171. Wang Xuanji was the ancestor of the Wang family. He had lived for countless years and once dominated the southern divine region, competing with the South Heaven God Emperor for the Emperor fruit. Of course, although Wang Xuanji was known to have a heaven-defying physique and a cultivation that was almost invincible below the Emperor realm, he still lost to the South Heaven God Emperor in the end. Back then, Wang Xuanji fought with the South Heaven God Emperor who had yet to become an emperor. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but his internal injuries could erupt at any time. However, his will to live was extremely strong. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. For some reason, he couldn't die. Wang Xuanji was already a half-step god emperor. After countless years of accumulation, even though he had internal injuries, he still didn't give up on becoming an emperor. Until today, he finally succeeded. Today, as an emperor, I shall conquer the world and sweep away all enemies for master. Wang Xuanji roared at the sky. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered toward him and entered his body. Divine lights like spirit snakes could be seen swimming under Wang Xuanji's skin. Sweep away all enemies. You! Emperor Yun said disdainfully. No matter how heaven-defying Wang Xuanji was, he was only an emperor who had just become a god emperor. How could he be a match for one of the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region? Kill! Wang Xuanji exhaled and shouted. With a wave of his hand, a galaxy descended from the sky and collided with the Cloud Emperor. Petty tricks. Emperor Yun stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Rumble, a mist as heavy as a divine mountain immediately emerged and directly collided with the Milky Way that was rushing over. In the next moment, the river of stars shattered, and a terrifying destructive power erupted. The entire world collapsed and shattered, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the heavens and the earth. The mist shot out by Emperor Yun could actually obliterate a galaxy. The next moment, the fog surged, and powerful figures appeared in the fog. Wang Xuanji was shocked to see this. What kind of divine ability was that? At this moment, the figures in the mist rushed out and pounced towards Wang Xuanji, each of them bursting with a shocking murderous aura. The killing intent unleashed by the countless fog men formed by the fog was earth-shattering. What is that? Wang Xuanji threw a punch at a misty figure that was charging at him. Violent star power erupted from his fist, like a star exploding, destroying everything in its path. The misty man directly collapsed in the void, turning back into mist. However, in the next moment, the fogman actually condensed again and punched Wang Xuanji in the chest. A dull sound of impact rang out. Wang Xuanji felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain, and was sent flying backwards involuntarily. At this time, countless mist men blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they pounced towards Wang Xuanji. Ha ha! What do you mean by sweeping away all your enemies? You can't even defeat me, so who can you sweep away? Emperor Yun's voice resounded in the fog. Wang Xuanji was instantly drowned by the misty figure army. At this time, in another part of the starry sky, there was a supreme great emperor-level divine power. It was the divine power of the true dragon emperor and another ultimate god that came directly from the starry sky. Countless stars shook violently under the pressure as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. All the emperor gods were shocked. Another great emperor-level battle was still going on. The mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful and could actually fight endlessly with the true dragon emperor without losing. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar resounded as countless stars in the depths of the starry sky collapsed in an instant. The entire starry sky was illuminated by the bright starlight of the exploded stars. A huge dragon appeared in the starry sky. The huge dragon was so huge that its pair of dragon eyes were bigger than the stars. The huge dragon swung its tail and directly sent the mysterious ultimate god flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. He crashed into 3 stars and kept coughing up blood. Divine flame of annihilation. The mysterious ultimate god raised his hand and countless divine flames rushed out from his body. They turned into fire blades and slashed at the huge dragon. The huge dragon was too huge and it could not dodge at all. The fire blades slashed on the dragon's body and its scales and flesh splattered everywhere. There were many wounds on the huge divine body. The blood essence of the true dragon was extremely domineering. Even the terrifying divine flame from the fire blades could not evaporate the true dragon's blood. The divine flame of annihilation could not hurt the true dragon, but the power of the fire blades could not be underestimated. They could easily break the thick scales of the huge dragon. It was a lose-lose situation. At this time, the battle between Emperor God Mo Yuan and the heaven-trampling evil emperor had come to an end. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was defeated and almost all the divine generals and divine soldiers that he brought with him were killed by Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. The son of the evil emperor, Yun Xie, had already escaped when he saw that the situation was not good. The 5 strongest emperor gods in the southern divine region are just SOSO. Emperor God Mo Yuan looked in the direction that the heaven-trampling evil emperor had escaped to and looked disdainful. Emperor God Mo Yuan returned to the top of the mountain and bowed to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei nodded and took out a divine elixir and threw it to Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Thank you, Master." Emperor God Mo Yuan caught the elixir and was pleasantly surprised. He quickly swallowed it. Because he swallowed too quickly, he started coughing. The next moment, a layer of faint divine light appeared on Emperor God Mo Yuan's body and the wounds on his body healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Wang Xin and the rest were shocked when they saw this. What kind of divine elixir was this? It could heal Emperor God Mo Yuan's wounds instantly and restore him to his peak state. One should know that Mo Yuan was an emperor god. Ordinary divine elixirs were useless to him. In order to heal an emperor god, it must be a peerless divine elixir. Boom! The next moment, a powerful divine aura exploded from Emperor God Mo Yuan's body. Not only did his wounds heal, but his cultivation base also seemed to have improved a lot. The divine elixir that Master gave Emperor God Mo Yuan was definitely a peerless divine elixir. The way Wang Xin and the others looked at Ji Yufei had changed. Ji Yufei was too mysterious in their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, Ji Yufei was just a divine man. He was not even a divine king. However, he was a ferocious man who could kill an emperor god and destroy the universe with a flick of his finger. Moreover, the elixir that Ji Yufei threw out casually was a peerless divine elixir. Where did he come from? Wang Xin and the rest were curious. Although they were curious, they did not dare to ask. One should know that their lives were in the hands of Ji Yufei. He could destroy their bodies and souls with just a thought. I will never forget Master's kindness of giving me a new lease of life. Emperor God Mo Yuan knelt down in front of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei did not care about Emperor God Mo Yuan at all. He only lifted his head and looked at the palace in the center of the God-forbidding desolate zone. Boom! 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 There were continuous banging sounds and the entire ancient palace was shaking violently. Not only were there ancient and mysterious divine patterns faintly visible on the palace, but they were also intertwining with each other. There was a strong power that suppressed the entire palace. What is that? It is trapped in the ancient palace. Someone was muttering. Who knows? The God-forbidding desolate zone has existed for countless years. It must have existed since ancient times. An emperor god from the older generation stared at the palace with a solemn expression. The palace floated in the void and the living beings in it were hitting the palace continuously. However, although the palace was shaking violently, they could not break through the palace and dash out. Then, God Traversing Sky, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate zone, sat down and recuperated. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Emperor rushed to the mountain where Ji Yufei was and landed on the top of the mountain. Master. Emperor Dark Knight knelt down in front of Ji Yufei directly. What? Who is that person? Emperor Dark Knight addressed him as Master. The emperor gods in Heaven God world were dumbfounded. Emperor Dark Knight, the #1 expert in Dark Knight continent, addressed the young man in black as master. Ji Fei just grunted and didn't look at the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Dark Knight stood up and retreated to the side. "Let me lend you a hand," Ji Fei muttered and opened his inner world. He took out a divine spear and threw it at the ancient palace in front of him. Swoosh! The divine spear broke the sky and stabbed the ancient palace. Catcher! The divine spear stabbed into the ancient palace. Roar! The next moment, there was a terrifying roar in the ancient palace. Then, the divine spear that was stabbed into the ancient palace suddenly flew out. Then, there was a gush of black air that gushed out from the hole in the divine spear. Master, this, Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor Dark Knight were shocked when they saw this. Why did Master let the living creature out of the ancient palace? Ji Fei ignored Mo Yuan and the others. He waved his hand and the battle spear flew back from afar and landed in Ji Fei's hand. Then, he threw it into his inner world. The living creature in the ancient palace turned into a black fog and rushed out of the ancient palace. The black fog floated up and gathered into a black cloud above the palace. A terrifying aura burst out from the black cloud. Even Ji Fei himself felt frightened. What kind of living creature was in the ancient palace? The black cloud in the sky rolled violently and a terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. Everyone stared at the black cloud above the ancient palace in fear. The black clouds continued to converge and shrink. Soon, a figure appeared in the black clouds, and the black clouds directly entered the figure. A living creature appeared in the black cloud. That is, seeing this living creature, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This living creature was different from all the known divine beasts in Heaven God realm. This was an unknown ancient living creature that had never been seen before. Chapter 4172. The God-forbidding domain was actually a prison of heaven and earth. Someone had used a supreme divine power to turn a part of the world into a prison and seal the mysterious creature inside the ancient shrine. The mysterious creature was also impressive. It was still alive after being sealed for countless years. It was even attacking the seal of the ancient shrine in an attempt to break out of the prison. Ji Fei was very curious about where the creature had come from. He had the eternal real bone and had nothing to fear, so he threw out a divine spear. The divine spear broke through the restrictive power of the God-forbidding domain and pierced into the ancient shrine. The extremely hard ancient shrine was pierced through by the divine spear thrown by Ji Fei. 2/3 of the spear had pierced into the ancient shrine. The next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the ancient shrine. The divine spear that had pierced into the ancient shrine was knocked away by a powerful force that erupted from within the shrine. The divine spear that Ji Fei had taken out was naturally a peerless divine weapon, which was why it could pierce through the ancient shrine. Even though it had been knocked away, it was still intact. If it had been any other divine weapon, it would have been shattered. Whoosh! Ji Fei waved his hand and the divine spear turned into a ray of divine light that rushed over from afar. He caught it in his hand and threw it into his inner world. On the mountain top, everyone looked at Ji Fei with fanatical eyes. Ji Fei had casually thrown out peerless divine pills and divine weapons as if they were worthless to him. To Wang Xin and the others, even if they had to use a mountain of spiritual stones and divine stones to exchange for a peerless divine pill or a peerless divine weapon, it would still be worth it. It should be known that peerless divine pills and divine weapons were priceless treasures. At this moment, the creature that had been sealed in the ancient shrine finally showed itself. In the endless black gas, a human-shaped creature was faintly discernible. 2 spots of blood-red light flickered in the black gas. Those were the creature's eyes. The black gas naturally could not block Ji Fei's vision. Under Ji Fei's gaze, every inch of the creature's body was clearly displayed in front of him. What is this? When Ji Fei saw the creature that escaped from the Bone Palace, he frowned. The creature's body was covered in black scales. It had a humanoid shape with long legs and arms. There were 2 goat horns on its head and a goatee on its chin. It was a human-shaped goat with scales all over its body. This was the first time Ji Fei had seen such a creature. Naturally, All the god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a creature before. All of them were indescribably shocked. "Ha ha! Your daddy is finally out." That mysterious creature threw its head back and laughed. It was incomparably crazy. Violent energy erupted from its body, tyrannical to the extreme. The expressions of the god emperors of the heavenly god realm changed immediately. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying demonic might shook heaven and earth. "It's a demon." Ji Fei's expression was still calm. However, those fellows from the Wang family on the mountaintop were quite frightened by the demonic might. These god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a powerful demon before. It was even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary demon emperor. No matter which world it was, there would always be some people who wanted to use extreme methods to obtain great power. Becoming a demon was a shortcut to obtain great power. Of course, how to become a demon was a technical problem. It was difficult for some people to become a demon, but there were people who could instantly become a peerless demon. The demonic aura that erupted from the mysterious demon was monstrous. The god emperors who were watching the battle all felt a great pressure from the mysterious demon. So much blood and flesh. Good, very good. A powerful divine sense spread out from the god-forbidding desolate domain and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The god emperor's aura was incomparably powerful. To a demon expert, it was comparable to a peerless divine medicine. Especially for a demon like the mysterious demon who had been sealed for countless years. The mysterious demon wanted to recover his vitality as soon as possible. Just then, the mysterious demon's crimson eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and countless spiritual energy in the god-forbidding desolate domain immediately gathered towards him. Even the 3 black holes near the mysterious demon were forcibly sucked in by him and swallowed in one gulp. After swallowing the 3 black holes, the mysterious demon's flesh swelled up as though it was inflated. His originally skinny body became extremely muscular. The demonic might that erupted from the mysterious demon became even stronger and the entire god-forbidding desolate domain shook. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The void around the mysterious demon's body became unstable. Only Ji Fei stood on the mountain top with his hands behind his back. He looked at the ferocious mysterious demon with a calm face. The Wang family was protected by Ji Fei. Although they were shocked, they were not worried that they would be targeted by the demon. This guy, traversing divine god, who was trapped in the god-forbidding desolate domain, was frightened. At that moment, a wave of divine consciousness enveloped the sky traversing divine venerable. T. Traversing divine god was really shocked. He stood up from the ground and grabbed the void-breaching divine spear that was inserted next to him. An ultimate god's divine might immediately erupted from traversing divine god's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the mysterious demon suddenly attacked and blasted the ancient shrine floating in the void. Everyone was taken aback by his words. "Humph, trying to trap me," the mysterious demon said disdainfully. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Little guy, come here." The mysterious demon stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed traversing divine god. Rumble, a huge palm immediately appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire world to darken. The demonic power that erupted from the huge palm was extremely powerful. Traversing divine god is doomed. Everyone was inexplicably shocked to see that scene. Hee. On the mountain top, the Dark Knight Emperor gloated at traversing divine god who was trapped in the god-forbidding desolate domain. Roar. Traversing divine god roared angrily and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The void around him directly exploded. At the same time, the void-breaching divine spear in traversing divine god's hand turned into an immortal divine light. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. However, to everyone's astonishment, the giant hand descended from the sky and directly extinguished the beam of divine light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, a huge spear appeared in the void and was grabbed by the mysterious demon. Hierarch traversing sky's shock was no small matter. His divine weapon had actually been snatched away by this fellow. Rumble. The huge demon hand obliterated. Damn it. Traversing divine God desperately circulated his divine power in an attempt to block the demon hand descending from the sky. However, the annihilating demon hand was invincible. The huge hand continued to obliterate. The endless divine powers that traversing divine God had unleashed were all ruthlessly obliterated by the huge hand. Boom! As the demon hand descended, traversing divine God was directly slapped by it. In the next moment, his entire body directly collapsed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The mysterious demon opened his mouth and inhaled. The cloud of blood mist was swallowed by him in one gulp. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Traversing divine God, who was almost invincible in the heavenly God realm, was actually killed just like that. Ha ha! What a pure spiritual essence. I like it. The mysterious demon laughed crazily and the bloodlight in his eyes became extremely dazzling. The demonic power that erupted from his body became much stronger. A vertical eye emerged in the middle of the mysterious demon's eyebrows. It was a demonic eye and it seemed like it was about to open. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the demonic eye. A dignified ultimate God is actually dead. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the mysterious demon and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Interesting. Could this demon be the demons of the chaos demonic world? Ji Yufei's eyes flickered as he looked at the mysterious demon. Traversing divine God, who was known as the #1 ultimate God in the heavenly God realm, could not even withstand one move from the demon. The divine weapon in his hand was directly snatched away and he died tragically under the demon's hand. The surrounding heavenly God realm emperor gods almost wet their pants. Some emperor gods immediately retreated. Were they going to stay there and wait for death? Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At that moment, the demon took a deep breath and the entire forbidden God desolate domain shook violently. Countless divine lights rushed out from everywhere and were directly swallowed and refined by the demon. Even those black holes flew toward the demon and were swallowed by him. Soon, all the power in the entire forbidden God desolate domain was completely swallowed by the demon. The entire domain collapsed and countless mountains turned into flying ashes. Run! Those emperor gods who were still hesitating immediately began to run for their lives. Ha ha! It's too late. Come over here. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the demon's body and covered the sky and earth. Countless emperor gods flew toward him involuntarily. Help, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. Those emperor gods who were usually high and mighty were so scared that they peed their pants. Only the mountain that Ji Yufei was at was safe and sound. No matter how strong the devouring power of the demon was, it couldn't shake the mountain. The demon noticed the abnormality of the mountain that Ji Yufei was at. At that moment, the emperor gods exploded around the demon and turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits were shattered and they died right away. Master, this, Emperor God Mo Yuan was shocked. The fighting power that the demon displayed was too nature-defying. Very soon, other than the mountain where Ji Yufei was at, all the other god emperors were dead. All of them had fallen and were eaten by the demon. An extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder could be heard from the demon's body. Rays of dark light rushed out from his body and circled around him. Little brat, come over and let me eat you. The demon came to the other side of the mountain and looked at Ji Yufei and the others coldly. Want to eat me? You aren't qualified. Ji Yufei put his hands behind his back and looked at the demon calmly. What did you say? Chapter 4173. That day was the darkest day in the southern divine region of the heavenly God realm. It would be recorded in the cultivation history of the 5 divine regions of the heavenly God realm. On that day, the God-forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The God-forbidding desolate domain that had existed since the primordial era had completely disappeared from the southern divine region. The disappearance of the God-forbidding desolate domain shocked the world. The demon that escaped from the God-forbidding desolate domain was so powerful that the entire heavenly God realm was shaking. The appearance of the peerless demon changed the weather, the sun and the moon dimmed. His demonic might shook the 9 heavens. He even killed the number one ultimate god in the central divine region, Flying Divine Master, with a single slap. Then, the peerless demon performed a supreme divine ability. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the god emperors at the scene. Besides the emperor gods who had retreated previously, among the emperor gods present, only Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was under the protection of Ji Yu Fei, the entire Wang family and the Fat Man were not eaten by the peerless demon. Fatty had long since put away his frivolous expression. He stared at the peerless demon in front of him with an incomparably solemn expression. Emperor God Mo Yuan even hid behind the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle between the true Dragon Emperor and the mysterious ultimate god seemed to have stopped. On the mountain, only Ji Yu Fei was still calm. So what if the other party's demonic might is unparalleled? I'll just treat it as a gentle breeze. You're not qualified to eat me. Ji Yu Fei looked at the peerless demon in front of him indifferently. Kill. The peerless great demon didn't waste any more words and directly slammed his palm down on the mountain. The huge demon palm covered the entire sky, completely covering the entire mountain under the demon palm. The demon palm pressed down. The clansmen of the Wang family on the mountain were extremely frightened. Those with weaker cultivation were already scared out of their wits. They collapsed on the ground and trembled. The peerless demon had devoured the power of the entire God-forbidding desolate domain. He had just devoured at least 23 god emperors. He had also devoured Flying Divine Master's divine way origin. After devouring so much power of the divine Tao, this peerless demon's strength had already risen to an unimaginable level. The demon slammed its palm down on the mountain. Before its palm could even land, the mighty energy waves emanating from the palm had already caused the void beneath it to be continuously destroyed. The ground near the hilltop undulated like waves from the impact of the energy waves descending from the sky. This guy was an existence that could casually slap traversing divinity to death. Everyone in the Wang family was terrified to the extreme, thinking that they were dead for sure this time. You're all a bunch of cowards. Emperor God Mo Yuan said as he swept his gaze across the people from the Wang family. If you're not scared, do you dare to go out? The ancestor of the Wang family, Wang, said unhappily. Humph. With Master here, it would be hard for you to die even if you wanted to, Emperor God Mo Yuan said solemnly. Wang immediately shut his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the demonic palm that descended from the sky suddenly stopped above the ancient cauldron. The void rippled like transparent water. What? Everyone was astonished to see that the demonic palm had stopped. The ancient cauldron was still floating in the sky without moving an inch. The extremely strong demonic power couldn't move the ancient cauldron at all. Boom. With a shake of the demonic palm, an even more powerful demonic power immediately surged out from the demonic palm. The void suddenly collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. However, even so, the demonic palm couldn't descend any further. The ancient cauldron didn't move an inch and everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. This peerless demon was a terrifying existence that could slap traversing divinity to death. A small ancient cauldron had blocked the demonic palm of a peerless demon. The scene was absolutely shocking. The demonic palm engulfed heaven and earth as though it could destroy everything. However, it couldn't destroy the seemingly ordinary ancient cauldron above the hilltop. What kind of divine weapon is this? The ancestors of the Wang family were dumbfounded. Even a peerless divine weapon couldn't block the attack of a peerless demon. Was there a divine weapon stronger than a peerless divine weapon in the heavenly realm? A peerless divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly realm. However, from the looks of it, Ji Yu Fei's divine weapon had probably surpassed that. I told you, if you want to eat me, you really don't have the right. Ji Yu Fei stood on the boulder with his hands behind his back. He looked at the demonic palm in the sky with a smile that wasn't a smile. Roar. The peerless demon roared angrily. An endless amount of demonic power exploded from his body and supported the demonic palm in the sky. Boom. In the next moment, the demonic palm shook, and a power that could destroy the world erupted from the demonic palm. The entire world shook, and even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. However, This violent force that could shake heaven and earth still couldn't move the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron floated above the hilltop. No matter how strong the demonic palm was, it didn't move an inch. When the people of the Wang family saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The power of this ancient cauldron had already exceeded their understanding. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably unique in the heavenly realm. Ji Yufei actually had such a powerful divine weapon. No wonder he could run amok in the heavenly realm, and even the Emperor of the Dark Knight submitted to his feet. "All right, I've played enough. That's it," Ji Yufei said indifferently. The peerless demon was shocked and angry. He had never been looked down upon like this. "You're not from this world." The peerless demon retracted his demonic palm and stood on the demonic cloud. He stared at Ji Yufei on the hilltop and said coldly, "What? What did he say? Master is not from the heavenly realm? How is this possible?" Everyone on the hilltop was shocked to the extreme. Ji Yufei was actually not from the heavenly realm. Where did he come from? From the upper realm? For the people of the heavenly realm, the upper realm was a legendary place. Only by cultivating to become an ultimate god could one break through the void and ascend to the upper realm. However, among the hundreds of millions of living beings in the heavenly realm, there were only a few who could cultivate to become an ultimate god. At this moment, Ji Yufei pointed with his finger. In the next moment, a divine light directly rushed out from his fingertip and directly broke through the layers of demonic aura, penetrating the peerless demon's demonic body. "How is this possible?" The peerless demon was shocked to the extreme. "In my eyes, there's nothing impossible," Ji Yufei said indifferently. "Damn it." The peerless demon was furious when he heard that. His whole body was blooming with demonic light. He opened his mouth and a terrifying demonic fire instantly swept the world. The demonic fire that fell from the sky directly enveloped the entire hilltop, burning the world and the void silently annihilating. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been burned to ashes. However, this peerless demon could not even deal with an ancient cauldron. It was really embarrassing. "Break." Ji Yufei just stretched out his right hand and pushed upwards. Rumble. The void shook and the demonic fire that enveloped the entire hilltop was wiped out as if it had never appeared. Without any suspense, the peerless demon was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles by Ji Yufei's punch. "You're also not from the heavenly realm. Who are you and where are you from?" Ji Yufei looked at the peerless demon with his eyes becoming extremely sharp. The peerless demon just sneered a few times and did not say much. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from the peerless demon's body and directly rushed towards the hilltop where Ji Yufei was. That was the destructive demonic light, condensed from simple and direct demonic power. The powerful demonic power was enough to penetrate everything. Boom! With a loud noise, the demonic light once again exploded in the void. The entire hilltop remained motionless as the powerful force could not affect the hilltop at all. This move of the peerless great demon was already his trump card. Even an existence with a similar cultivation level to him would find it difficult to block this attack of his. However, his attack still failed to shake the ancient cauldron in the sky as it was turned into nothingness by the ancient cauldron's power. The ancient cauldron exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. The ancient cauldron did not explode with any kind of power as the penetrating divine light dissipated in the void. At that moment, Ji Yufei took a step forward and instantly rushed out from the hilltop. "Master," the Wang clan could not help but be shocked when they saw that. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and Fatty were shocked. With the protection of the peerless divine weapon in the sky, the demon outside could not hurt them at all. Master actually walked out by himself. What was he going to do? Could it be that his cultivation level and combat power were stronger than Heng Tian Ultimate God, who was known as the #1 Ultimate God in the Central Divine Territory? There was no doubt that revered God traversing sky was powerful. Previously, he even battled with the Dark Knight Heavenly Emperor. This was something that anyone could see. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent who unified the Dark Knight continent. "How dare you come out?" The peerless demon was surprised and delighted when he saw Ji Yufei rushing out from the hilltop. He was thinking about how to break the ancient cauldron's power and eat all those guys on the hilltop. To this great fiend, the deity realm powerhouses on the top of the mountain were precisely his food that could allow him to recover his cultivation and combat strength. If they were on the hilltop, Jiu Fei could use the ancient cauldron's power for his own use. Just now, Jiu Fei must have used the ancient cauldron's power to blast him away. The peerless demon could not help but feel terrified thinking about the scene just now. The moment he was blasted away, he felt like he was facing death. At that moment, that power seemed to be able to threaten his life. However, Jiu Fei had actually left the hilltop. If that was not courting death, then what was it? Show me what you've got. Jiu Fei still had his hands behind his back as he looked indifferently at the peerless demon opposite him. You. Chapter 4174. The peerless great demon thought that Jiu Fei was relying on a powerful divine artifact to block his attack just now. Now, Jiu Fei actually walked out from the opposite mountain and walked out of the range of the divine weapon. In the eyes of the great demon, this was simply courting death. Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish, right? The great demon stared at Jiu Fei and said indifferently. It's hard to say who is the one courting death. Jiu Fei stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said disapprovingly, "Killing you only takes one finger." As the great demon said this, he directly pointed at Jiu Fei. Swish! A beam of demonic light shot out from the tip of the peerless demon's finger and instantly pierced through Jiu Fei's body. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack in the void where the finger light passed. The great demon sneered at Jiu Fei. He wanted to see Jiu Fei die under his finger light. However, a shocking and unbelievable scene appeared. When the great demon's finger light penetrated 3 feet away from Jiu Fei, it was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? The great demon was dumbfounded. When everyone on the mountain saw this scene, they were shocked to the point of no return. At that moment, Jiu Fei extended his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand and directly collided with the great demon's finger light. In the next moment, the great demon's finger light directly exploded. After Jiu Fei's finger light broke through the peerless great demon, its momentum did not decrease. It directly pierced through the peerless great demon at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The peerless great demon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Kill! The peerless great demon let out a furious roar as a fist that was even larger than a mountain smashed towards Jiu Fei. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. Good timing. Jiu Fei was incomparably domineering. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, he directly threw a punch at his opponent's fist. His fist was just an ordinary person's fist. Compared to his opponent's fist that was even larger than a mountain, it was simply incomparable. However, it was this small fist that blocked the fist that was larger than a mountain. This, at the top of the mountain, everyone was stunned by this scene. Bam! Jiu Fei's right hand shook, and a violent fist force erupted from his fist. In the next moment, the peerless demon was sent flying. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to be impudent in front of me? Jiu Fei took a step out and instantly caught up to the great demon that was flying backwards. He then stomped down on the great demon. Bam! With a muffled sound, Jiu Fei stomped the peerless great demon down from the sky. Boom! The great demon fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. A cloud of dust rose up. Roar! The great demon roared and rushed out from the ground. Little brat, the great demon was in an incomparably sorry state. His eyes were red. He was actually stomped down from the sky by a little brat. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. He took a step out and the entire void trembled. In the next moment, he turned into a demonic dragon and pounced towards Jiu Fei. Dragon-like demonic energy? Seeing this, Jiu Fei casually slashed forward with his right hand. He used his hand as a blade, but this blade didn't seem to have any power. It was light as a feather and the blade was like the wind. However, It was this blade that directly broke through the layers of demonic energy of the great demon and slashed the head of the demonic dragon that the great demon transformed into. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood suddenly appeared and the great demon retreated. One of the goat horns on his head was actually chopped off by Gu Fei. If he didn't retreat in time, his head would have been chopped off by the other party's blade energy. When the Emperor of Dark Night, Fatty, and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell out. Gu Fei actually sent the great demon flying with a punch and then stomped the great demon down from the sky. Now, he even chopped off one of the goat horns on the great demon's head. With this, even the Emperor of Dark Night was stunned. The great demon was a demon with a great background, but his cultivation was incomparably strong. He killed divine venerable sky-traversing divinity with a slap. With such cultivation, in this small heavenly divine realm, he was absolutely an invincible existence. However, Gu Fei could ruthlessly oppress the great demon. Didn't this mean that Gu Fei's cultivation was far above the great demon? Just so. Gu Fei looked at the peerless great demon and shook his head indifferently. At this moment, the great demon was in so much pain that his face turned pale. He was even trembling when he spoke. Demonic blood seeped out from his broken horn and dripped down from the sky. Originally, he looked down on Gu Fei and thought that Gu Fei only relied on an invincible divine weapon to be able to contend against him. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei actually had real skills and that his cultivation was so strong that it was hard for others to imagine. Let me send you on your way. After saying that, Gu Fei took another step forward. In a flash, he arrived before the great demon. Next, he unleashed a punch at the great demon. Bam! However, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the great demon's chest. Then, the great demon's chest caved in and a fist mark appeared on his back. The great demon flew up and smashed hundreds of thousands of miles away. He even slid for thousands of miles, leaving a huge mark on the ground. The insufferably arrogant great demon was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. The great demon was going crazy. He rushed back. Although he was in a very bad state, he wasn't badly injured and was still extremely strong. I only need 3 punches to kill you. Gu Fei looked at the great demon coldly and said, I am going to tear you into pieces. The peerless great demon let out a furious roar. His body moved and pounced towards Gu Fei. This single pounce of his caused the entire void to seem as though it was about to collapse and shatter. At this moment, the great demon was violent, tyrannical, ruthless, and indomitable. However, in the face of such a ferocious move, Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. He placed his left hand behind his back and clenched the fingers of his right hand before punching out. Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch directly broke through the peerless great demon's earth-shattering momentum and smashed against the peerless great demon's fists. At the next moment, a hair-raising sound of bones breaking rang out. The great demon cried out in pain and was sent flying back while coughing out a huge mouthful of blood. On the mountain top, everyone was stunned. Even the Dark Knight Emperor squinted his eyes at this moment as his eyes shone with a bright gleam. One punch! Gu Fei took a step out and instantly caught up to the great demon. He then punched out at the great demon. The great demon roared out in a frenzy and attacked with all his might. His demonic fist was like a black shooting star that clashed against Gu Fei's fist. One punch shaking heaven and earth. The great demon was going all out. His fist force was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. It indeed had the power to shake the heavens and earth. But unfortunately, the person he encountered was Gu Fei. In his eyes, a peerless great devil's cultivation was nothing. Without any suspense, the great demon was sent flying again. This time, both his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Second punch. Gu Fei suddenly grinned as he spoke. The power of his physical body exploded and a faint layer of flames appeared on his fist. He immediately followed up with a third punch. It was a simple and direct punch that did not use any battle skills. However, the yuan qi that erupted from Gu Fei's fist was as tyrannical as an avalanche. Boom! Tyrannical, violent, and indomitable power instantly blasted onto the body of the peerless great demon. The next moment, the great demon exploded. Everything on his body shattered under the impact of Gu Fei's fist force. Even his primordial spirit was thrown out. Then, it shattered in the void and turned into soul light. These soul lights immediately dissipated in the void. His body and soul were destroyed. How? How is this possible? Emperor God Mo Yuan couldn't believe it. The great demon who could kill Flying Divine Sir with one slap was killed by his master in 3 punches. Only 3 punches. Killing the great demon in 3 punches, the fighting power that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone. Even a ruthless person like Emperor Dark Knight was stunned. The Dark Knight, the Arch, and the heaven-traversing divinity's cultivation and battle prowess were almost on par. That peerless demon could kill the heaven-traversing divinity with a slap, so he could also easily kill him. Such a strong existence wasn't Master's match. Master was too strong. Everyone was in awe of Gu Fei and they didn't dare to be negligent. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. The clansmen of Wang family suddenly shouted. Everyone was excited. Gu Fei was invincible. Their status rose with the tide and no one dared to do anything to the Wang family. Invincible. The fatty looked at Gu Fei and muttered to himself. Then, there was a strong wave of power from afar. The battle between Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god hadn't ended yet. The 2 experts were fighting with all their might and they were in a sorry state. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them. Go and settle it. Gu Fei said to Emperor Dark Knight. Yes. Emperor Dark Knight nodded and soared into the sky towards the direction of the great battle. Very soon, Emperor Dark Knight saw the mountain ridge in front of him filled with dust and soil. 2 figures were moving continuously. Hong. A figure was sent flying and smashed a mountain peak 10,000 miles away. Die. A huge dragon rushed out of the endless dust and instantly appeared in front of the mysterious ultimate god. Its huge dragon claw directly came down from the sky and grabbed the mysterious ultimate god. Break. Chapter 4175. Gu Fei had killed a peerless demon in 3 punches. Everyone on the mountain was shocked to the extreme. That was a demon that had killed the number 1 ultimate god in the central divine region with a single slap. Their master had killed it in 3 punches. Didn't that mean their master was invincible? The Dark Knight Emperor and the fatty knew that Gu Fei was going to the central divine region to retrieve the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth, the source of all things, contained the purest energy of heaven and earth in the entire heavenly god realm. Once Gu Fei devoured that vast amount of energy, he would be invincible in all 3,000 realms even if his cultivation wouldn't return to its peak. Meanwhile, a great battle was still going on in the southern divine region. The battle between the mysterious ultimate god of the heavenly god realm and the true dragon emperor was equally exciting. However, no one was watching the battle anymore. The god emperors who came to watch the battle deserved it. If they had retreated when they saw the situation was bad, they might not have been eaten by the peerless demon. Today was the day of emperor's fall. So many god emperors had fallen in a single day. This was unprecedented in the cultivation history of the heavenly god realm. Even during the darkest era of the heavenly god realm, dozens of god emperors and several ultimate gods had fallen in a single day. Roar. The mysterious ultimate god roared and wanted to retreat. However, the true dragon emperor wasn't a pushover either. He held the mysterious ultimate god back. The ultimate god of the heavenly god realm was anxious. He had seen the scene where Gu Fei killed the peerless demon in 3 punches. He was scared out of his wits. If Gu Fei attacked him, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Boom. The mysterious ultimate god immediately self-destructed and the violent power instantly increased tenfold. The destructive power instantly spread for thousands of miles and shrouded the true dragon emperor in an instant. Not only did it envelop the true dragon emperor, it also enveloped the mountain where Gu Fei was. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had just arrived, was unlucky. He encountered the mysterious ultimate god's self-destruction as soon as he arrived. This self-destruction was definitely the most extreme kind of attack. The power produced by the mysterious ultimate god self-destruction was definitely several times stronger than his peak strength. One should know that this was a combat power that came from risking his life. Damn it! Before the Dark Knight Emperor could finish his thought, he was drowned by the mighty power of extermination. Instantly, he felt like he was in a chaotic turbulence. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor desperately used his divine power to resist the destructive power coming from all directions. A mass of black light emerged directly from the Dark Knight Emperor's body, directly supporting the surrounding destructive power. He immediately used his strongest trump card, the Dark World Great Technique. However, this great technique could only barely protect him at this moment. The true dragon, the Arch, who was at the center of the explosion, was in a miserable state. The vast and terrifying power directly shattered the scales on his body, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. He didn't even know how many of his bones were broken. The true Dragon Emperor was bleeding all over. The terrifying power almost tore his true dragon divine body apart. He could only struggle to hold on. The destructive power formed by the mysterious divine Lord self-destruction almost wiped out everything. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were greatly impacted. Especially the true Dragon Emperor. The power of the mysterious divine Lord self-destruction lasted for half an hour. When the power dissipated, everything on the ground was directly wiped out, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Damn it! A figure soared into the sky in an extremely miserable state. The person's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his body. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. It was the first time he was so embarrassed by someone. At this moment, a huge dragon laid on the ground like a mountain range. The dragon's body was full of wounds, and even the dragon's horns were broken. He was lying on the ground with serious injuries and was on the verge of death. With the mysterious divine Lord's self-destruction as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only one mountain that was intact. Not a tree, a blade of grass, or a stone on the mountain were damaged. An ancient cauldron was suspended above the mountain. Although it was only emitting a wisp of chi, it was able to protect the entire mountain. At this moment, everyone on the mountain, except for Ji Fei, was dumbfounded. What just happened? The surrounding scenery had changed. I didn't expect that guy to be able to control the range of his self-destruction. On the big rock on the mountain, Ji Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the self-destruction point with a profound look in his eyes. Self-destruction, everyone in the Wang family was shocked to hear that. It turned out that the terrifying scene just now was caused by a self-destruction. Who self-destructed? Who would self-destruct if they were not forced into a corner? Self-destruction was suicide, and it was the last resort to perish together with the enemy. As long as there was a chance to live, who would be willing to die? Interesting. Ji Fei suddenly smiled. Seeing Ji Fei smile, Wang Xin and the others were extremely nervous. Once their master smiled, something must have happened. At this moment, a faint wave of divine thoughts suddenly appeared in the area where the mysterious divine Lord self-destructed. He's not dead. Ji Fei muttered to himself. Soon, countless small figures appeared in the area of self-destruction. They were countless mysterious divine lords, and the mysterious divine lord had thousands of clones. How is this possible? At this moment, Fatty exclaimed. Some of the mysterious divine lord's clones were so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. These clones shot up into the sky at the same time and rushed together. Soon, a figure appeared in the void. That person was the mysterious divine lord. He's not dead even after self-destruction. The Wang family's experts were stunned. That was self-destruction. Didn't the mysterious divine lord die on the spot? How could he recover? This was too heaven-defying. Could it be the 9 Deaths evil skill? Fatty suddenly said. 9 Deaths evil skill? Ji Fei could not help but frown when he heard that. That's right. This is an evil skill that allows one to die 9 times. This evil skill has been lost since ancient times. I can't believe that someone in this world has cultivated the 9 deaths evil skill. Fatty looked at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Can die 9 times? Doesn't that mean that he has 9 lives? The Wang family's ancestral patriarchs were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of the 9 deaths evil skill. There's such an evil skill in this world. Ji Yufei was surprised. In his opinion, the 9 deaths evil skill paled in comparison to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the ascension secret skill. The mysterious divine lord could die 9 times, but the 10th time meant that he would die for real. Boom. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from the figure in the distant sky. He seems to be stronger than before. Ji Yufei's eyes lit up. This mystique was not bad, but it had a fatal flaw. The person could only die 9 times. Once he died, he would be dead for real. Each time he dies, his cultivation base and combat strength will increase exponentially. He will be at least 1 to 3 times stronger than before, Fatty continued to explain. So there's such a benefit. Ji Yufei came to a sudden realization when he heard this. Although this divine ability had a fatal flaw, it also had great benefits. How dare you force me to self-destruct? All of you deserve to die. The mysterious divine lord stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said coldly. The Dark Knight Emperor was inexplicably shocked. He could sense the tyrannical power in the mysterious divine lord's body. That power was enough to threaten him. Do you have what it takes? A voice was suddenly heard. Little fella, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a peerless demon. I can kill that demon now too, the mysterious divine lord said proudly. That's my master. Don't you dare be presumptuous. The Dark Knight Emperor shouted at the mysterious divine lord. Master! The mysterious divine lord was stunned. Did this black-robed young man have a powerful background? He's the master of the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was almost invincible. If he could subdue the Dark Knight Emperor, wouldn't this black-robed young man's cultivation base be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, the mysterious divine lord immediately put away his contemptuous gaze. Kill. The mysterious ultimate god did not waste any time and immediately attacked the Emperor of the Dark Knight. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and pierced through the void. However, the pitch-black void around the Dark Knight Emperor directly swallowed the divine light that pierced through. The figure directly disappeared into the dark void around the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble. The mysterious ultimate god rushed forward and a violent force erupted from his body. It was as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor roared and a mass of dark light emerged from his body. It instantly shrouded the area with a radius of 1,000 miles and was shrouded by the dark light. However, the mysterious divine lord directly broke through the layers of dark world and with irresistible force, he suddenly appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor was really shocked. This guy could actually use brute force to break his supernatural power. It was really hard to imagine how powerful such power was. Swoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor wanted to escape, but the next moment, a fist smashed towards him. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor was directly blasted away and one of his eyes was swollen. He was slapped in the face. So powerful. On the top of the mountain, Fatty and the others were in disbelief. After this guy died once, he actually became so powerful that he could bully the existence of a great emperor. How is this possible? The Dark Knight Emperor retreated, but the mysterious divine lord followed him like a shadow and continued to attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Dark Knight Emperor's extremely powerful divine body was blasted and a small part of his body on the right side directly turned into a blood mist. So powerful. The Dark Knight Emperor had to admit that the mysterious divine lord was really strong, so strong that even he was not a match for him. This was too depressing. Chapter 4176. The mysterious ultimate god cultivated the mysterious and unpredictable 9 deaths evil technique. Every time he died, he would be reborn and his cultivation and combat power would increase tremendously. However, this evil technique had a fatal flaw. As long as the mysterious ultimate god cultivated this evil technique, he could only die 9 times. Every time he died, It would be like going through a cycle, and his entire person would undergo a transformation. If the mysterious ultimate God were to be killed for the 10th time, he would not be reborn and would really be dead. At this time, the Dark Knight Emperor, who was originally on par with the mysterious ultimate God, was unlucky. After the mysterious ultimate God was reborn, his cultivation was so strong that he could defeat the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble, the mysterious ultimate God, was like a supreme ruler, looking down on everything as his powerful and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. How is this possible? On the hill where Jiu Fei was, the higher-ups of the Wang family were all dumbfounded. On the hill, the mysterious ultimate God looked at the people around him with contempt. Half of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was blown up and his divine body was severely injured. However, he was the strongest existence in the Dark Knight continent after all. The Dark Knight Emperor's essence, Qi, and spirit were extremely powerful. His wounds were healing rapidly and his flesh and bones were growing again. In just a few breaths' time, the Dark Knight Emperor had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. This was unbelievable. The mysterious ultimate God was extremely powerful. Come here. The mysterious ultimate God stretched out his right hand and the Dark Knight Emperor flew towards him involuntarily. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and quickly activated his mystic arts. Dark Knight World. The Dark Knight Emperor once again performed his strongest killer move. A ball of black light emerged from his body and destroyed everything. However, this time, he was really unlucky. The Dark Knight force could not destroy the mysterious ultimate God's power, which made him shocked and angry. How dare you force me to self-destruct? I want all of you to die. The mysterious ultimate God roared with a ferocious face. He was full of murderous intent, as if he was the supreme god of death that rushed out from hell. Dying once was equivalent to losing a life. The mysterious divinity had cultivated the 9 deaths evil technique, so he had 9 lives. Dying once was equivalent to having 1 less life. The mysterious divine lord was furious that he was forced to self-destruct. Boom! Just as the Dark Knight Emperor was about to be grabbed by the mysterious ultimate God, a divine axe slashed out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. An extremely powerful force burst out. This was the heaven-breaking divine axe, a divine weapon that was as powerful as the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly god realm, the void-breaking divine spear. Heaven and earth changed color as soon as the axe was swung. The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe cut through the void and slashed the mysterious ultimate god's right hand. However, there was only a clang. When the dazzling light blade collided with the mysterious divinity's right hand, a metallic sound was heard. The mysterious divine venerable's right hand looked as if it was made of peerless divine iron. This was inexplicably shocking. The scene shocked the Dark Knight Emperor, who had always been known for his tyrannical body, as he had never expected that the mysterious ultimate god's divine body had been cultivated to such a powerful level. This was a physical body that could take on a peerless divine weapon. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He held the heaven-breaking divine axe with both hands and slashed at the mysterious ultimate god with all his might. This attack was much more powerful than the previous one, as if it could really split the entire sky in half. Swoosh! The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe tore the sky and earth apart, leaving a deep mark between heaven and earth. The Dark Knight Emperor displayed his strongest power in this attack. He and the divine axe became one, and the 2 forces merged perfectly. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful combat power erupted. The devouring power that erupted from the mysterious ultimate god's right hand was directly broken by the Dark Knight Emperor's axe. However, what made the Dark Knight Emperor vomit blood was that the mysterious ultimate god only waved his hand and blocked his attack. It was so easy and effortless. The mysterious ultimate god waved his hand and the Dark Knight Emperor was once again sent flying while vomiting blood. Just when the Dark Knight Emperor was completely suppressed by the mysterious ultimate god, Jiu Fei directly inserted a divine elixir into the true Dragon Emperor's body. In the next moment, the medicinal power contained in the divine elixir spread throughout the true Dragon Emperor's body. Soon, the wounds on the true Dragon Emperor's body disappeared. A powerful wave of energy was released from the true Dragon Emperor's body. The true dragon, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, had actually recovered. Roar. The next moment, the giant dragon roared into the sky. The dragon's aura was so powerful that it seemed like the world was about to explode. Then, the giant dragon soared into the sky and joined the battle. He was injured by the mysterious ultimate god and naturally wanted revenge. The giant dragon claw directly grabbed at the mysterious ultimate god. The powerful force easily shattered the void between heaven and earth. Ha ha! What's there to be afraid of if you guys come at me together? The mysterious ultimate god laughed wildly and said. He looked at Jiu Fei in the distance with disdain, not taking Jiu Fei seriously at all. You're courting death. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor joined forces to fight the mysterious ultimate god. They were shocked to see the mysterious ultimate god disrespecting Jiu Fei. No one knew better than them how powerful Jiu Fei was. Even though the mysterious ultimate god had died once and his combat power had increased to the point where he could easily suppress the Dark Knight Emperor, he was still not strong enough in front of Jiu Fei. However, the scene of the mysterious ultimate god fighting against two great emperors alone had stunned the Wang family's higher-ups on the mountain where Jiu Fei was. Those were two great emperors, yet the mysterious ultimate god could fight against two great emperors. What a terrifying 9 deaths evil technique. Even Fatty was shocked when he saw this scene. The 9 deaths evil technique could increase a cultivator's battle power, and it was a shortcut. Of course, if one wanted to obtain great power, it was impossible to do so without paying a certain price. At that moment, only Jiu Fei was still calm as if there was nothing in this world that could affect him. The 3 supreme experts were fighting crazily and the energy fluctuations that erupted were too strong. All living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were terrified to the extreme. In the eyes of the mysterious ultimate god and the others, the world was like a piece of paper that could be easily torn and crushed. Originally, it was impossible for the Dark Knight Emperor to fight against the mysterious ultimate god alone. However, with the addition of the True Dragon Emperor, it was a different story. The 2 great emperors joined forces and were barely on par with the mysterious ultimate god. The True Dragon Emperor was extremely ferocious. From time to time, he would transform into his human form to fight against the mysterious ultimate god. From time to time, he would revert to his original form. His huge dragon body would cross the sky and force the mysterious ultimate god to retreat. The divine elixir that Jiu Fei took out was not comparable to those divine elixirs in the heavenly divine realm. The True Dragon Emperor, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, immediately became extremely powerful after eating one. His cultivation base became even stronger. Jiu Fei did not plan to take action. Existences of this level might be invincible in the heavenly divine realm, but in the upper realm, any god would be stronger than these guys. Even if the Dark Knight Emperor and the others were invincible in the heavenly god realm, when they reached the higher realms, they could only cultivate from the beginning in order to obtain even stronger power. Bam! Boom! Dull sounds of collision could be heard continuously. The sky and the void were shaking. The speed of the 3 figures in the sky was so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were sent flying from time to time. The mysterious ultimate god was also affected. However, his divine body was extremely strong and even the Dark Knight Emperor was no match for him. Bam! The mysterious ultimate god punched the Dark Knight Emperor's shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The bones in his left shoulder and arm were shattered. At the same time, the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand flew out and struck the mysterious ultimate god. The divine axe that was said to be able to break the sky only made the Dark Knight Emperor's body sway a little. He was not injured at all. So weak. The mysterious ultimate god said disdainfully. You, the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were shocked and angry. The injury on the Dark Knight Emperor's left shoulder was healing quickly. Kill. The mysterious ultimate god waved his hand and countless divine lights pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor. Each of the divine lights pierced through the sky and earth. A mass of black light burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. The void that was sealed by the mysterious ultimate god was immediately shaken by the burst of power. Countless divine lights that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were blocked by the black light. At this moment, the True Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball smashed towards the mysterious ultimate god. The mysterious ultimate god sneered. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the Dragon Ball that was smashing towards him. The next moment, an almost transparent divine fire erupted from the Dragon Ball and engulfed the mysterious ultimate god in the divine fire. However, the terrifying divine fire could not hurt the mysterious ultimate god at all. Ji Fei could not help but frown when he saw that. The battle was evenly matched. How long were they going to fight? He was getting impatient. "All right, I'll send you on your way," the mysterious ultimate god roared and attacked. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were directly blasted away. The mysterious ultimate god took a step forward and instantly caught up with the Dark Knight Emperor, who was flying backward. He then stepped on the Dark Knight Emperor from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. "To be able to die by my hands, your lives have not been in vain." The mysterious ultimate god was about to attack. At this moment, a figure silently appeared next to him. What? The mysterious ultimate god was shocked. He did not even notice that the person had appeared next to him. Did that mean that the person's cultivation level was higher than his? The mysterious ultimate god was even more shocked when he thought of that. Chapter 41-77. The Nine Deaths evil skill was strange and powerful. Those who cultivated the evil skill would have their cultivation and fighting power soar every time they died. However, it varied from person to person as to how much their cultivation would soar every time they died. Some people had nature-defying physique and their power would soar tenfold or even higher after dying once. Even those with weak physique would have their power soar by at least 2 or 3 times after cultivating the Nine Deaths evil skill. However, this evil technique had been lost since ancient times. No one would have thought that this mysterious divinity had actually cultivated the Nine Deaths evil technique. After being reborn, the mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful. There was divine flame surging from his body as though there was a ball of divine fire burning on his body. There was a power that was so powerful that even Ji Fei was surprised by it. Then, even if the Emperor of Dark Knight and the Emperor of True Dragon teamed up, they wouldn't be his match. Hong! The mysterious ultimate god descended from the sky and there was a loud thud. The Emperor of Dark Knight, who was invincible in the Dark Knight continent, was stepped down from the sky by the mysterious ultimate god. Stepping on a great emperor, the scene was extremely shocking. Since ancient times, who was so strong that they could step on a great emperor? On the mountain where Ji Fei was, besides Ji Fei, everyone else was dumbfounded. Could he be? Fatty suddenly thought of a person who had fallen countless years ago, a person who couldn't possibly appear in the current world. "You know who this guy is?" Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was standing at the side, heard and was shocked. Such a powerful existence definitely had a shocking origin. Everyone was very curious about it. Impossible. How is it possible? How could he still be alive? Fatty shook his head with all his might. Who is that guy? Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Fatty curiously and anxiously. Everyone else looked at Fatty and waited for him to continue. The Nine Deaths evil lord is the ultimate god who created the Nine Deaths evil technique. Ha ha! I never expected anyone in the heaven divine world to remember me, the mysterious ultimate god laughed. Is it really him? Fatty was indescribably shocked. How could a person who was clearly dead still be alive? Back then, because the Nine Death evil lord cultivated an evil technique, he slaughtered innocents. In the end, he provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. As a result, the evil lord was unlucky. The battle back then was earth-shattering, and ended with the fall of the Nine Deaths evil lord. A person who had clearly fallen suddenly appeared here. This shocked everyone to the extreme. To be able to die by this sovereign's hands, your lives have not been in vain. Nine Death evil lord grinned and was about to kill the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor. However, at this moment, a figure silently appeared beside the Nine Death evil sovereign. What? Nine Death Evil Lord's shock was not small at all. It's you? When the Nine Death Evil Lord saw that person, he was shocked again. You think you can kill my people just because you want to? The man looked at the Nine Deaths Evil Lord indifferently. Not just them, even you and I will be killed. The Nine Death Evil Lord grinned hideously and attacked. He extended his right hand and a terrifying divine power spread out. In an instant, the space around him was sealed and everything was destroyed. However, the next moment, the Evil Lord's expression changed. The black-robed young man stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. The destructive power that was spreading out from his hands was actually blocked 3 feet away from him. The Nine Death Evil Lord stared at Jiyu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Master, at this moment, the true Dragon Emperor flew over. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had been stepped down from the sky by the Nine Death Evil Lord, also rushed up from the ground. You are their master? The Nine Death Evil Lord was shocked. Where did this guy come from? He actually made 2 nearly invincible Great Emperors surrender. They were not ordinary people, they were Great Emperors. Kneel, surrender, live, resist, die. Jiyu Fei looked at the Nine Death Evil Lord and said calmly. He did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. If he did not surrender, then he would kill him. What did you say? You want me to kneel and surrender? Nine Death Evil Lord was enraged when he heard this. A shocking killing intent immediately erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to constantly tremble. He was once an invincible existence in the world, and this guy actually dared to ask him to surrender. The fact that he looked down on him made the Nine Death Evil Lord extremely angry. My master told you to kneel, so kneel. Why are you talking so much nonsense? True Dragon Emperor roared at Nine Death Evil Lord. Nine Death Evil Lord was a good opponent, and True Dragon Emperor did not want to see Nine Death Evil Lord die in Jiyu Fei's hands. Haha, a great emperor has fallen to become someone else's slave. Today, my eyes have been opened. The Nine Death Evil Lord laughed and said. The Nine Death Evil Lord did not know how powerful and terrifying Jiyu Fei was. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were both shocked and angry. They wanted to warn him, but this guy did not listen. There was nothing they could do. Not surrender? Then go to hell, Jiyu Fei said and pointed at the Nine Death Evil Lord. Swoosh. A cold light flashed in the void. The next moment, a bloody light directly rushed out from the Nine Death Evil Lord's forehead. The speed of the divine light was so fast that even the Nine Death Evil Lord could not dodge it. In just a snap of a finger, Jiyu Fei had seriously injured the Nine Death Evil Lord. The Nine Death Evil Lord screamed and immediately retreated. His glabella was pierced. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have died. However, this guy was the Nine Death Evil Lord. However, Jiyu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched out. It looked like the most ordinary punch, but the next moment, the Nine Death Evil Lord did not even have time to scream before his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Simple and direct. One blow killed the Nine Death Evil Lord. A figure could be seen rushing up to the sky from the bloody mist, trying to escape. It was the Nine Death Evil Lord's primordial spirit. He did not want to die again as he did not have much time left. If he continued to die, he would really die. However, at that moment, his life was no longer in his hands. Rumble, Jiyu Fei stretched out his right hand, causing the void to tremble. A huge hand directly grabbed the beam of divine light in his hand. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Killing the Nine Death Evil Emperor with one punch and grabbing his primordial spirit. Such combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were stunned when they saw that scene. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. The essence spirit of Nine Death's Evil Emperor, who was caught in Jiyu Fei's hand, was terrified to the extreme. He never thought that he could not even withstand a single move from Jiyu Fei. At that moment, he finally knew why the True Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor, who were great emperors, had to surrender to Jiyu Fei. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Too late, Jiyu Fei said as he exerted force in his right hand. The next moment, The divine light in his hand exploded, and the 9 Death Evil Lord's primordial spirit also exploded. Specks of spiritual light dissipated in the void. The 9 Death Evil Lord had died again. Can't even withstand a single blow, Ji Fei said indifferently. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor glanced at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. The stronger their master was, the more uneasy they felt. One should know that the stronger Ji Fei was, the harder it was for them to break free from Ji Fei's control and regain their freedom. The 9 Death Evil Emperor cultivated the 9 Death Evil technique. Although he was killed by Ji Fei, he was not truly dead. Rumble, at that moment, the entire void suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying aura appeared. In an instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. A figure walked out from the void. This person was none other than the 9 Deaths Evil Emperor. Damn it! The 9 Death Evil Emperor was enraged. He glared fiercely at Ji Fei with bloodshot eyes. The aura from his body was even stronger than before. The energy ripples from his body shook the heavens and earth. It was as if he could destroy the entire world with just a wave of his hand. He could only die 9 times. Every time he died, he would be one step closer to true death. However, his cultivation was also increasing at an insane rate. Surrender or die. Ji Fei looked at the 9 Death Evil Emperor coldly. Even though his opponent's strength had increased again, Ji Fei's face was still as calm as before. He did not see him as a threat at all. Go to hell! The 9 Death Evil Emperor roared and directly punched out at Ji Fei. The violent and powerful punch directly shattered the void. Even the chaotic chi was forced out by him. This punch formed a terrifying destructive storm. The destructive energy covered the heavens and earth as it rushed towards Ji Fei. However, such a powerful punch could only reach a meter away from Ji Fei before it was blocked by an invisible force. What? The 9 Death Evil Emperor's shock was no small matter. The power of this punch was strong enough to shatter the void. And yet, it couldn't even destroy a mere human. Boom! The 9 Death Evil Emperor punched out once more at Ji Fei. This punch was once again blocked a meter away from Ji Fei. In the next instant, the 9 Death Evil Emperor attacked in a frenzy. Countless figures appeared in the void as his fists rained down on Ji Fei like raindrops. The concentrated sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The void around Ji Fei's body exploded. Even the chaotic chi was forced out, as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Against such a ferocious attack, Ji Fei stood with his hands behind his back with a calm look on his face. He did not make a move at all, allowing the 9 Death Evil Emperor to attack him. So strong. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were both stunned by the power displayed by the 9 Death Evil Emperor. At this moment, the 9 Death Evil Emperor was extremely strong. They might not even be able to take a single punch from the 9 Death Evil Emperor. Chapter 4178. High up in the sky, the void was filled with 9 Death Evil Lord silhouettes. Countless fists covered in black flames were crazily bombarding towards Ji Fei. Every punch broke the heavens and the earth and shattered the void. Its power was so strong that even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor could not withstand a single punch. This kind of power was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. It could break the void and ascend to the upper realm. Of course, wanting to break the void and ascend to the upper realm was not an easy thing to do. All kinds of preparations had to be made, and it was not something that could be done at any time. After all, the celestial realm was only a mid-level world. The laws of heaven and earth were not complete. Ascending to the upper realm would be met with all kinds of dangers. The degree of danger could even be compared to heavenly tribulations. Therefore, even the great emperors and the ultimate gods, who had the cultivation and strength to ascend to the upper realm, were not willing to rashly attempt it. After 9 Death Evil Lord's rebirth, his power had soared to a level that even the great emperors could not compare to. With such power, he could at least be invincible in the celestial realm. But he still did not dare to ascend to the upper realm. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor had never thought that there would be such a person in the celestial realm. 9 Death Evil Lord was extremely powerful, and he had 9 lives. Every time he died, his cultivation and battle power would soar. Such an existence was almost invincible. However, today, 9 Death Evil Lord had met his match. A black-robed young man stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. No matter how crazily 9 Death Evil Lord attacked, he did not even raise his hand. A formless power spread out from his body, and actually blocked all of 9 Death Evil Lord's attacks. 9 Death Evil Lord madly attacked for a while, but could not break through the protective power of Jiu Fei's body. This caused 9 Death Evil Lord to be extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, Jiu Fei was a little impatient. His body shook, and a wave of divine power immediately burst out from his body. With a loud bang, the countless figures around him were directly scattered. Countless figures disappeared, and only one figure was rapidly retreating. This figure was the real body of 9 Death Evil Lord. In front of Jiu Fei's absolute power, 9 Death Evil Lord had no choice but to retreat. However, no matter how fast he retreated, he could not dodge Jiu Fei's attack. Whoosh! Jiu Fei sent out a slap towards that figure. Divine power surged in the surroundings and a huge palm appeared in the sky. Bam! With a muffled sound, 9 Death Evil Lord was sent flying by Jiu Fei's palm. He kept coughing up blood, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! 9 Death Evil Lord was extremely shocked. How could this guy be so powerful? He had already died twice, but he was still not a match for this guy. Jiu Fei's slap had almost smashed him, giving his god body a great impact. When the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. There would always be someone stronger than you. There would always be someone stronger than you. 9 Death Evil Lord was strong enough, but Jiu Fei was stronger than him. Ayo, I can't kill you with one slap? Jiu Fei was a little surprised. He had not used the Eternal Real Bones power, but the power of his slap was definitely enough to kill an ultimate god. However, 9 Death Evil Lord was not killed by Jiu Fei's slap. At that moment, 9 Death Evil Lord was afraid and turned around to escape. Facing an invincible existence like Jiu Fei, only a fool would not run. However, could he escape? Jiu Fei's huge palm appeared again and directly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, 9 Death Evil Lord was directly slapped down from the sky, and his huge palm directly pressed on the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the ground undulated like waves from the impact. Boss is too awesome. Fatty was inexplicably shocked. One must know that was 9 Death Evil Lord. Even in the distant past, 9 Death Evil Lord was also one of the top experts. Back then, he was besieged by 3 ultimate gods and was defeated. Not long after, the news of 9 Death Evil Lord's death spread. However, the authenticity of the news was questionable. Sure enough, after countless years, 9 Death Evil Lord was still alive and did not die. The fact that Jiu Fei could defeat the 9 Death Evil Lord meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were stronger than the 9 Death Evil Lord. Roar! An enraged roar rang out from the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. An extremely violent power erupted from this figure, causing the color of the sky to change. Kill! 9 Death Evil Lord roared and attacked crazily. Clang! Divine chains directly rushed out from his body and entangled Jiu Fei. Facing 9 Death Evil Lord's attack, Jiu Fei only punched out. It was a very ordinary punch, but it directly shattered the entangling divine chains. Without any suspense, 9 Death Evil Lord was once again blasted away. 9 Death Evil Lord almost went crazy. This guy was too strong, and he could not even escape. Stop, please stop, I am willing to surrender. 9 Death Evil Lord saw that Jiu Fei was about to attack again and hurriedly shouted. Now you are willing to surrender? Jiu Fei looked at 9 Death Evil Lord indifferently and said, I am willing, master, please spare my life. 9 Death Evil Lord directly knelt down in the void in front of Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei thought for a moment, then pointed out with a finger, and a brand directly rushed out from the tip of his finger, then entered the body of the 9 Death's Evil Lord, and disappeared. Your life and death is in my hands. Jiu Fei said to 9 Death Evil Lord. With 9 Death Evil Lords cultivation, he must be invincible in the heavenly divine realm. After all, Jiu Fei was going to leave the heavenly divine realm. When he left the heavenly divine realm, it was not a bad idea to let 9 Death Evil Lord guard the heavenly divine realm. This, although 9 Death Evil Lord was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. His fist was not as strong as his opponent's. If 9 Death Evil Lord was strong enough, the one who would be in trouble today would be Jiu Fei and not 9 Death Evil Lord. Don't try to break my forbidden technique. If you die because of this, don't blame anyone else. Jiu Fei continued. Alright, go and get me the heavenly divine realm's source of heaven and earth. Jiu Fei directly gave the order to 9 Death Evil Lord. Yes, Master. 9 Death Evil Lord received the order and instantly broke the void and disappeared. Boom. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the void. This figure was 9 Death Evil Lord. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. 9 Death Evil Lord had just left, and then he was directly thrown out. If you want the source of heaven and earth, come and get it yourself. A wave of divine will appeared in the sky, and a voice sounded in everyone's heart. Is that so? Then I will go and get it. Jiu Fei calmly said. Jiu Fei was slightly surprised that there was actually an expert in the central celestial realm. Furthermore, since that person was able to blast the 9 Death Evil Lord back, it meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were not inferior to the 9 Death Evil Lord. Only this kind of existence could contend against 9 Death Evil Lord. The void that was broken by 9 Death Evil Lord was quickly recovering. Master, I am useless. 9 Death Evil Lord hurriedly knelt down in front of Jiu Fei. Alright, go back. Jiu Fei waved his hand and said. Yes, 9 Death Evil Lord retreated to the side and lowered his head, as if he was a servant. In actual fact, he was really Jiu Fei's servant. So what if he was so strong that he was invincible in the heaven divine realm? Didn't he still have to bow down to Jiu Fei? Master is going to conquer the central celestial realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the others were extremely excited. Especially the Dark Knight Emperor, who had invaded the central celestial realm in the past, but had been forced to come out of it. This time, Jiu Fei was going to conquer the central celestial realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was very curious whether the people in the central celestial realm could still protect the central celestial realm. The mysterious person earlier could throw 9 Death Evil Lord back. His cultivation was so strong that it was unimaginable. Could that person be one of the people back then? Back then, there was a mysterious expert who chased the Dark Knight Emperor away. This made the Dark Knight Emperor very unhappy. He always wanted to kill his way into the central celestial realm and settle the score with those people. After the war ended, Jiu Fei temporarily stayed in the southern celestial realm. He did not do anything, but his subordinates swept across the entire southern celestial realm in half a day and uprooted all the resisting forces. The sky-trampling evil emperor's territory was directly breached. Even the sky-trampling evil emperor himself was killed by a punch from the Dark Knight Emperor. The son of the evil emperor, Yun Xie, also died in the hands of Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only the cunning Cloud Emperor saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. He was not caught by the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. There was also the South Heaven God Emperor. No one attacked him. In the entire southern celestial realm, only the South Heaven God Emperor was safe and sound. All the other forces had submitted. This was because of Xian Shi. Jiu Fei ordered them not to touch the South Heaven God Emperor. It could be considered as giving Xian Shi face. Otherwise, no matter how strong the South Heaven God Emperor was, he would definitely not be stronger than the 9 Deaths evil sovereign. Wang Xuanji of the Wang family had successfully obtained the throne and became a God Emperor. The Wang family finally had a chance to rise again. Under the leadership of the 9 Deaths evil sovereign, Jiu Fei's subordinates took only a day to completely control the southern celestial realm and became the strongest force in the southern celestial realm. At this time, the other forces of the heavenly god realm were watching. The super forces of the central celestial realm were terrified to the extreme. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the 9 Deaths evil emperor had no choice but to submit to Jiu Fei. This shocked the experts of the other divine regions to the extreme. The three giants of the central celestial realm appeared at the peak of the heavenly divine mountain at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. It had been a long time since the three giants of the central celestial realm appeared at the same time. The last time was during the ancient times. No one could have imagined that Jiu Fei could actually cause the three giants of the central celestial realm to appear at the same time. There's going to be a good show. Someone said something like that. Chapter 4179. The three magnates of the central celestial realm had lived for countless years. Each of them was a super antique or an old monster. Some of them even had totems that had existed since ancient times. The ancient gods in ancient times were extremely powerful and were not comparable to the current gods. The ancient gods worshipped by the ancient people were invincible existences. The heavenly divine realm had produced many powerful ancient gods in ancient times. Some gods were even thought to be innate ancient gods born from chaos. One of them was a totemic existence with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. His name was Ting Yi. He was the protector of the ancient humans and had protected them for countless years. Now, the ancient god worshipped by the ancient people was alive and had become one of the three magnates of the central celestial realm. Although Hang Tian, ultimate god of the forbidden god desolate domain, was known as the most powerful ultimate god in the central divine territory, he was nothing in front of the three magnates. Teng Yi, Long Kang, and Qian Yu were the three magnates of the heavenly divine realm. Each of them had a great background and could be seen in the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They controlled the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They were the true rulers of the heavenly divine realm. Some people said that they were the ones who started the dark turmoil that swept the entire heavenly divine realm in ancient times. The reason for the dark turmoil was actually very simple. It was the discord between two of the three magnates. The entire heavenly divine realm would catch a cold if they were to sneeze. The three magnates were shocked by Jiu Fei. Was Jiu Fei really that powerful? How could he alarm the three magnates? I heard that the nine-side ultimate god surrendered to Jiu Fei. What? That Jiu Fei actually subdued the nine-side ultimate god? He's the strongest person after the three magnates. He cultivates the nine-side evil technique and is known as an unkillable ultimate god. In the five divine realms, the antique experts were exchanging information. Some of them had been in seclusion for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. They were very unfamiliar with Jiu Fei. The old-timers were all very curious about Jiu Fei. As far as they were concerned, Jiu Fei was a powerful expert who had suddenly risen to prominence. However, this powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere had actually defeated Divine Lord Nine Deaths. In the eyes of the old fogies of the heavenly god realm, this was practically impossible. One should know that the path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. It could not be accomplished overnight. Regardless of whether it was strength or the body, they could only be obtained through proper training. Of course, if that fellow's luck was off the charts and he ate some heavenly treasures, it was possible for his cultivation to improve greatly. However, there was a limit to that. Those below the Emperor realm could increase their cultivation base by eating treasures, but those above the Emperor realm couldn't rely on treasures to increase their cultivation base, unless they could get their hands on a legendary divine medicine. Even the three magnates did not have a peerless divine medicine, let alone the others. Little Nine actually betrayed us. In the center of the peerless divine land of the central divine domain, a huge mountain pierced the clouds. If one stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, they would not be able to see the end of the mountain. Immortal mist lingered on the divine mountain, especially the upper part of the mountain, where auspicious energy lingered. The entire mountain was completely enveloped by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Pavilions and terraces could be vaguely seen on the mountain. Divine medicines that had been growing for tens of thousands of years could be seen everywhere on the mountain. There were even divine medicine kings among them. The peak of the divine mountain was under the canopy of the sky, very close to the stars. Three living beings were sitting in a pavilion at the top of the mountain. The three creatures were extremely powerful. They looked like three stars that had fallen into the pavilion. Every single one of them was releasing extremely pure waves of divine power. Only a few shadows could be seen in the dazzling divine light. Since little Nine has betrayed us, we'll kill him the next time we see him, one of the living beings said indifferently. You were the one who let little Nine go, but now you want to kill him? Tengyi, what exactly do you want? Another being sneered and said. Long Kang, could it be that you want to fight again? The living being called Teng Yi immediately emitted a chilling murderous aura. In the next moment, the entire starry sky began to shake. The stars in the sky seemed like they would fall at any moment. Do you too think I'm dead? The living being that had not spoken said coldly. Boss Chen Yu, Teng Yi has indeed crossed the line. Since he wanted to kill little Nine, he could have killed little Nine before. Why did he let him go? Now he wants to kill him. How fickle. Long Kang, one of the three magnates, said angrily. What? If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. If I want to let him go, I'll let him go. What's it to you? Teng Yi said coldly. I can't control you, but boss is here. Don't you dare act presumptuously. Long Kang snorted. All of you, shut up. The magnate called Chen Yu said angrily. After the boss spoke, both Long Kang and Teng Yi dared not speak anymore. Since that guy called Ji Yu Fei could defeat little Nine, he should be pretty good. Which one of you wants to go fight him? Chen Yu looked at the two and said. Doesn't Teng Yi want to kill little Nine? Teng Yi should go, Long Kang said. Teng Yi, why don't you go? Chen Yu said. Teng Yi did not say anything. In the next moment, the dazzling divine light on his body disappeared into his body. His real body appeared. A creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake appeared in the pavilion. The snake's scales were very beautiful. The scales were covered with patterns of different colors, as if they were natural patterns. A terrifying murderous aura spread from its body. With the divine mountain as the center, almost half of the living beings in the central celestial realm felt this murderous aura. All of them were extremely terrified. The anger of a magnet can shake the heavens and earth, an expert of the previous generation said with a trembling voice. The experts of the ancient forces in the central celestial realm looked at the divine mountain. It was the ancestral mountain of the heavenly god realm, which had existed before the world was created. This divine mountain was called Incipient God Mountain. In the central celestial realm and even in the other four celestial realms, Incipient God Mountain was incomparably sacred. Only the three giants could reach the peak of the mountain. Even the leaders of the super forces in the central celestial realm were not qualified to reach the peak of Incipient God Mountain. What happened after all? Did the legendary Ji Yu Fei come to the central celestial realm? Someone was surprised. With the three giants here, no matter how strong Ji Yu Fei is, he won't be a match for them. Someone said something like that. In the eyes of the creatures in the central celestial realm, the three giants were invincible existences. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, who had swept the heavenly god realm, was chased away by the three giants. I'm going to meet that kid. Then, Teng Yi disappeared from the peak of Incipient God Mountain. Teng Yi, the ancient totem of the heavenly god realm, had lived to this day. He was absolutely one of the oldest gods in the heavenly god realm. For a long time, he and two other ancient gods had controlled the entire heavenly god realm. They were the real rulers of the heavenly god realm. Those so-called god emperors, godly venerables, and great emperors were like kids in front of them. Almost all the living beings in the heavenly god realm were their descendants. They were the most ancient gods. The three giants should have ascended to the upper worlds, but they didn't. With their cultivation and competence, it was easy for them to ascend to the upper worlds. However, after the dark times in the antiquity time, the three giants had lived in seclusion in Incipient God Mountain. However, each of them had a representative in the world. Teng Yi was behind evil Emperor Tatian. Long Kang and Chen Yu also had their own forces in the five celestial realms. Although Ji Yu Fei was very strong, the three giants of the heavenly god realm were living totems that had lived for a long time. And Ji Yu Fei was just a guy who came out of nowhere. Although he had never been defeated, the three giants of the heavenly god realm were known to be invincible. Without a doubt, this was going to be an unprecedented collision. Ji Yufei wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor or the Nine Deaths Evil Lord. Ji Yufei's power had shaken the entire heavenly god realm. Although he had only taken action in the southern divine region, the forces of the other 4 celestial realms were terrified. They were afraid that Ji Yufei would invade their celestial realms. Fortunately, Ji Yufei's people had announced that they would attack the central celestial region. They didn't want to attack the other 3 celestial realms. This made the forces of the eastern, western, and northern divine regions heave a sigh of relief. However, everyone knew that Ji Yufei wanted to decide the outcome of this battle. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly challenge the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm. Because once he defeated the 3 giants, Ji Yufei would truly be invincible. This way, everyone from the other 3 celestial realms would come to him and he wouldn't need to fight at all. Southern Divine Region, Heaven Trampling City. No, it should be called Heaven Battling City now. A black-robed youth was sitting under a tree in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. This black-robed youth was Ji Yufei. Meanwhile, Ji Yufei's subordinates were currently gathering the experts of the Southern Divine Region. Countless cultivators flooded into Heaven Battling City in an instant. Of course, the cultivators who could enter Heaven Battling City were all experts. They were either the patriarchs of their families or the patriarchs of their clans. These people had come to submit to Ji Yufei. Just as Ji Yufei's subordinates were preparing to attack the central celestial region, a figure silently appeared in front of Ji Yufei. The blurry figure was like air that could disappear into the void at any time. "You're Ji Yufei?" A wave of divine sense spread out from this mysterious figure. Amen. Ji Yufei looked at the mysterious figure in front of him, his face expressionless. "Little guy, surrender obediently, or I'll send you on your way." That divine sense fluctuation came from the blurry figure again. "Send me on my way." Ji Yufei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Was he stupid?